Chapter 956. Statholm, Gilbert, and Statholm were smirking mischievously as they watched the god hunters stop every step they took. The heavy atmosphere before the battle suddenly lightened up. At this speed, I think it will take them half a day to enter Pandemonium. Ha! There aren't any terrifying defenses set up around the perimeter. These god hunters are really interesting to be this afraid. Statholm couldn't help but chuckle. They're afraid of death. Eremike pointed at the god hunters in the spatial mirror and said, "Look, the injuries on their bodies haven't healed yet. Their footsteps are a little messy, and their limbs aren't moving at a natural frequency. This proves that their injuries were very serious. They had more or less learned from Han Shoa what happened to Daka and the others at Little Skull's 3 mountains. They couldn't help but turn their gazes to Han Hao of Little Skull. They felt a little sad at the thought of half of their people dying on his side. This body was Han Hao's main body. The strand of soul that resided in his avatar had returned to Han Hao's main body. Han Hao was currently at his peak state. While he might not be a match for Daka and Acer after fusing with the Quintessence Shard, Han Hao was confident that he could defeat Dagmar, who also cultivated in the energy of death. They won't dare to make a move until a day later. We don't have to worry too much." Ballins calmly calculated the distance the God Hunter Alliance could travel. His eyes scanned the God Hunters as if he was looking for a target to attack. I hope they all die. These scum shouldn't even exist in this world." Andrina's face was cold as she roared hatefully. For some unknown reason, Andrina displayed an intense hatred towards God Hunters. It was as though she wanted nothing more than to slaughter every God Hunter in existence. In Pandemonium Tanai, whenever someone mentioned God Hunters, Andrina would immediately take notice and clamor about killing every last one of them. Han Hao of Little Skull shot a glance at Andrina and made a mental note to keep his subordinates away from that strange little girl. He knew better than anyone how terrifying Andrina was. There was no way his God Hunter subordinates would be a match for Andrina. In addition, Angelina had a close relationship with the House of Han. In addition, she was clearly in cahoots with Metal Elite Zombie. Even if Andrina were to kill 1 or 2 of his subordinates in a fit of rage, Han Hao wouldn't be able to do anything to Andrina. Therefore, he had to be on guard. He planned to talk to Han Jin and have Han Jin restrain Andrina in that aspect. "Let's get ready." It's time to activate all the formations in Pandemonium," Ballins suddenly said after a moment of silent calculation. "All right," the 5 elite zombies agreed. Soon after, they glanced at Han Hao and left the place. There were dozens of formations in Pandemonium, big and small. Some of them, once activated, would constantly consume the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although the Pandemonium had accumulated a lot of spiritual energy over the years, it wouldn't last long. The demonic formations that were terrifyingly powerful were especially taxing on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Usually, those demonic formations would be turned off at a critical moment to avoid wasting the energy. Now that the God Hunter Alliance was outside the Pandemonium, they would surely launch an attack in no time. Since Han Shoa wasn't around, it was time to activate all the demonic formations, just in case. After the 5 elite zombies left, Little Skull and Han Hao left as well. When Andrina saw Han Jin leaving, she thought for a moment before silently following him. During this period of time, Andrina and Han Jin had been inseparable. Not only were they attracted to each other when they were together, but they also seemed to be able to help each other improve faster. It was such a wonderful state that the 2 of them were always together and didn't want to be apart. Everyone get ready. Have the Han clan's guards spread out in all directions. Apart from using the demonic formations, we also have to use our group attacks. Daka, Dagmar, and Acer are all over God experts. They are many times more terrifying than Shati, O, and Hill from Witherbone City. We must not let our guard down. After the 5 elite zombies and Little Skull, Han Hao, and the others left, Ballins solemnly instructed the Han family members. Only after hearing Ballins' words did Phoebe, Fanny, and the other women realized the gravity of the situation. Their faces turned grave, and they stopped laughing and went back to work. Outside the pandemonium, Daka, Dagmar, and Asser were discussing how to attack the pandemonium. The three of them had a huge disagreement on how to attack the pandemonium. Dagmar was in favor of attacking the pandemonium as fast as possible and destroying all the barriers and defenses within. Daka, on the other hand, wanted to take things one step at a time. He would first get a clear picture of the situation before launching a probing attack. If it didn't work out, he would immediately send a message to the other god hunters to gather more forces to deal with the pandemonium. Asser had another opinion. He wanted to leave his subordinates outside the pandemonium and let the three of them explore it first. In Asser's opinion, given their over-god strength, even if they couldn't figure out what was going on, they could at least leave with ease. Just Han Shoa and Han Hao alone wouldn't be a threat to the three of them. The three of them had their own opinions and couldn't come to a consensus in a short period of time. A day later, they finally stood in front of the pandemonium. Looking at the valley that was shrouded in thick smoke, they finally decided on a plan of action. They would gather all the forces in the outer perimeter and storm the pandemonium to test its defenses. After coming to a decision, Daka, Han Shoa, and Asser immediately issued orders to their subordinates. The three of them split into three directions and gathered all their forces to attack the pandemonium. Earth-shattering explosions rang out amidst the colorful lights. Rays of strange energy converged together and shot towards the pandemonium that was shrouded in fog. There were no screams like the three of them had expected, nor were there any members of the Han family fleeing from the depths of the fog. Instead, a series of violent explosions could be heard from the depths of the fog. Unfortunately, they had no way of knowing what had happened inside, nor could they know if anyone had died. Dagmar, even you can't sense the soul ripples in there. Daka felt that something was amiss and looked at Dagmar with a strange expression. The intense hatred in Dagmar's eyes was fleeting. He temporarily suppressed his desire for revenge against the House of Han. Then he said in a low voice, "In the depths of that thick fog, there's a power that can resist my spiritual power. It's as if there's a black canvas covering the area. My soul can't sense if anyone has died or not. I can't even sense if Tanai Mountain is inhabited." Asser's expression changed when he heard that. He immediately recalled the encounter at the 3 peaks of the Little Skull Mountain and said, "The situation is strange. I'm afraid that we've fallen into another trap. We have to be extremely vigilant against unknown situations. Let's go in and take a look." Daka hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing to Asser's suggestion. As Daka had communicated with Tyre beforehand, he planned to make use of the war in the Fringe to gain full control of the God Hunter Alliance. He thought that the three of them would be able to easily destroy the pandemonium with their combined strength. Little did he know that they would lose half of their men before even entering the pandemonium. That was why Daka didn't dare to risk his men's lives. After all, they would be his trump card in the God Hunter Alliance in the future. Daka originally didn't want to take the risk himself, but seeing that it would be a waste of energy if he didn't go in himself, he had no choice but to go in. Asser immediately agreed to Daka's decision. He looked at Dagmar and said, "The three of us will definitely be fine." At that moment, Daka suddenly felt a faint undulation from the space ring on his arm. Daka didn't say anything, but secretly used his divine soul to sense the message from the magical mirror. After a while, Daka's face lit up and he shouted, "Let's go! The three of us will check it out today. It would be best if we destroy all the forbidden barriers. I think that pandemonium only has one powerful external aspect. It shouldn't be hard to deal with. Daka, why do you say that all of a sudden?" Dagmar was obviously surprised by Daka's sudden change. "I've received reliable information that Brian isn't in the pandemonium for the time being. He went to Glacial Peak, and there's no way he'll be back in pandemonium in such a short time. We can use this opportunity to destroy all of pandemonium's foundations and wait for him to return. Then we'll get rid of him as well." Daka sneered. Dagmar and Asser looked at each other in disbelief and asked in unison, "Are you sure?" There's no doubt about it, Daka said confidently, but he didn't explain where he got the information from. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Let's go in." With that, Daka took the lead and charged towards the mist-shrouded pandemonium without hesitation. He looked extremely confident. Dagmar and Aser hesitated for a moment, but in the end, they decided to trust Daka and followed him. The moment they entered the mist-shrouded pandemonium, the three immediately felt their senses being greatly affected. Not only was their vision obstructed, even their divine souls couldn't sense what was going on too far away. "Everyone be careful. This place is creepy," Daka shouted. After the two entered, he immediately said, "Let's stick together. As long as the three of us are together, there won't be any problems." There was no response for a long while. "Daka, Aser, where are you? Why aren't you saying anything?" Daka was shocked and immediately shouted. Then he realized that all he could hear was his own voice. His voice was getting louder and louder, as though it was carrying some sort of power towards him. Chapter 9, 57. Daka didn't expect something like this to happen even before they entered the pandemonium. He called out to Aser a few times, but there was no response. Daka guessed that Dagmar and Aser must have run into something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have disappeared so quickly. Thinking about it, the three of them weren't too far apart. Their sudden disappearance made Daka immediately raise his guard. Daka, who had planned to find Dagmar and Aser before proceeding further, didn't have the time to use his divine soul to search for them. He suddenly found himself enveloped in thick smoke. The seemingly ordinary smoke seemed to turn into a swamp and engulf him. Daka's arms and legs became as heavy as 5,000 kilograms. Just raising his arm took 10 times more effort than before. The smoke wrapped around him and entered his body through his pores. Not only did his body become incredibly heavy, he also felt his skin go numb. It was obvious that the smoke contained toxins. Of course, an attack of this level wasn't enough to truly harm him. Daka smirked. Divine energy of destruction erupted from his body like a volcano. The terrifying energy instantly cleansed the toxins that had entered his body and formed an intricate barrier around his skin. In an instant, the toxins and binding power from the smoke were all purged. Daka regained control of his body. As an overgod, Daka was famous among the 12 hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance for his combat prowess. The energy of destruction was known for its offensive power, and Daka was someone who cultivated the energy of destruction at all costs to improve his combat prowess. This level of pressure wasn't a problem for him at all. After breaking free from the toxic smoke, Daka immediately spread his divine soul in an attempt to locate Dagmar and Aser. However, Daka wasn't as proficient as Dagmar in that aspect. When he spread his divine soul, he found that his consciousness was obstructed by layers of blurry air. He couldn't even cover 100 meters around him, let alone search for Dagmar and Aser's auras in the entire pandemonium. It's fortunate that Brian isn't in the pandemonium. Otherwise, he would have ambushed one of us by now, thought Daka as he slowly made his way into the depths of the pandemonium, the central hub of the pandemonium. Daka is indeed powerful. He's not affected by the fog at all. Looks like Master was right. Although the outer layers of defense are effective against ordinary gods, they are ineffective against over-god-level experts. Gilbert stood in front of the magical mirror and watched as Daka easily broke free from the fog's influence and passed through several barriers to reach the pandemonium. Every expert who can reach the realm of Overgod is an extremely terrifying existence. Daka, Dagmar, and Aser are all hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance who have crawled their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. We cannot afford to underestimate them. Ballins looked solemn. He hesitated for a moment and looked at little Skullhan How. He said, "I'm afraid that many demonic formations won't be able to stop him if he barges his way in. Do you think we should lure him to this place?" As he spoke, Ballins pointed at an area that looked like a mound. The 5 elite zombies' expressions changed slightly when they saw Ballins pointing at that area. However, they didn't say anything and turned to look at little Skull Han Hao. As the leader of the god hunters in the fringe, although little Skull Han Hao didn't visit the Han family often, everyone in the Han family, including Stadholm and Phoebe, trusted his judgment. Han Hao stared blankly at the direction Ballins pointed at. His purple demon eye glowed brightly. After thinking for a moment, he agreed, "All right, I'll go there myself and bring him there." Han Jin's expression changed, and he cried out, "Big brother, I think it's better to let someone else go. That place is one of the most terrifying formations in the Pandemonium. Father had warned us before that the formation doesn't discriminate who you are, and that once you enter it, the attack will start immediately. As long as there are any signs of life in there, the attack will never stop until the Pandemonium is completely depleted. Don't worry about it." Han Hao shot a glance at Metal Elite Zombie and said nothing more. He turned around and walked away. Wait. Scarlet didn't pay much attention to it at first, but after seeing Ballins and Han Jin's tone, she felt that something was off. She couldn't help but shout when she saw that Han Hao was about to leave. Han Hao paused and turned to look at Scarlet. He repeated, "It's fine." As soon as he said that, Han Hao's body blurred and he left. As soon as he left, everyone could see through the magical mirror that Daka had unleashed all of his divine energy, condensing them into orbs of destruction that shot out in all directions. Some of the formations were more or less destroyed by Daka's energy and might not be able to unleash their full power. Unlike Daka, Dagmar, and Acer, who had been separated by the strange energy of the mist, were extremely cautious after entering the Pandemonium. They took one step at a time, unlike Daka, who destroyed everything around him. The two of them are also very dangerous. The only reason they haven't gone crazy yet is because they haven't figured out the situation yet. Once they leave the mist and are no longer affected by it, they will definitely destroy everything in the Pandemonium, just like Daka did, said Ballins calmly. Don't worry, they will soon run into the inner demon, Purgatory Formation. The two of them will be delayed there for quite some time. Once they leave the inner demon, Purgatory Formation, there's still the absolute lightning-shattering formation waiting for them. There's no need to worry too much about that direction, whispered Han Jin to Ballins after glancing at Dagmar and Acer in the magical mirror. All right. Ballins raised his voice slightly to attract everyone's attention. He then said, "Everyone get ready. Once Han Hao brings Daka to that place, we will immediately leave the Pandemonium through the underground tunnel. Daka and the other two subordinates are waiting outside. I believe that with the strength of our Han family guards, we will definitely be able to deal them a heavy blow if they don't come out." "That's for sure," Sanguiner roared. "I'm going to get ready. Since these god hunters dared to come to our Han family to die, we have to fulfill their wish. Sanguiner, go and tell the guards to get ready, but you have to wait for my signal. Only when I give you the signal that it's safe will you be allowed to bring them out of the underground tunnel to engage in battle." Ballins knew that Sanguis could be a little reckless at times. "Don't worry, I know what to do," replied Sanguiner casually before leaving with the equally impatient Gilbert. Inside the valley, at the center of all kinds of formations that were enshrouded in mist, Little Skeleton carried the bone spear and flew like a phantom. A few demon generals flew out from the bone spear in Han Hao's hand and silently arrived near Daka, who was destroying everything in his surroundings, secretly observing his every move. Following his extraordinary memory, Han Hao avoided all sorts of formations and energy barriers set up by Andrina as he rapidly moved towards Daka's location. Pandemonium was filled with a dense, sinister aura. When all the demonic formations were activated, a sinister wind would blow, and any ordinary person would feel cold and their energy would be affected. However, not only did Han Hao not hate this place, he even found it very familiar and comfortable. As a demonic cultivator, not only was he able to adapt to the unique environment of Pandemonium, his power was also amplified here. The bone spear in his hand swayed back and forth. From time to time, It would emit a black light, and a strange sobbing sound could be heard from it. Gradually, Han Hao arrived in the direction Balins pointed at. Before he even got close, Han Hao instinctively sensed danger. A few demon generals scattered around the area even avoided the area. Even the evil spirits in the bone spear in his hand instinctively wanted to stay away. In the Pandemonium Tanai, you can go anywhere you want. There's only one place that you must be careful of. Even you can't go there. That place doesn't differentiate between friend and foe. Any living thing that enters will be completely destroyed. When little skeleton sensed the fear in the bone spear in his hand, he suddenly recalled Han Shuo's warning before he left. He stood still far away from the area and didn't go any deeper. After thinking for a moment, he inserted the bone spear into the ground beneath his feet. Strands of energy, mixed with bizarre runes, entered the bone spear from his palm. Han Hao let go, and the bone spear sank into the ground bit by bit. Only the tip of the spear could be seen, and wisps of gray smoke could be seen coming out. After some hesitation, Han Hao left empty-handed and rushed towards Daka's location. Very soon, Han Hao arrived at Daka's location. Without saying a word, he stared at Daka and blasted his soul energy at him. Daka, who was in the midst of destroying everything around him, suddenly felt a pain in his head. He immediately sensed Little Skull's arrival. Daka, who was strong in physical attacks, was rather weak in terms of soul energy. After being blasted by Little Skull, he felt as if his mind had been struck by lightning and his vision blurred. Daka hurriedly stopped the destruction around him and focused all his attention on defending against the soul attack. When he did so, he suddenly realized that the energy that had just surged into his soul had disappeared. Han Hao, on the other hand, who was not far away, immediately fled into the distance in fright. You're courting death." Daka sneered and chased after him without hesitation. He didn't cultivate in the energy of death. From his point of view, even if Little Skull had fused with the quintessence shard, the shard of death wouldn't be able to keep him in check. That was why Dagmar was afraid of Little Skull, but he wasn't. Chapter 958. Every overgod was a powerful individual, and Daka was no exception. Han Hao's soul attack couldn't really deal any damage to him. As soon as he focused, the tremors in his soul disappeared. Daka, who had been unable to destroy the Pandemonium's formation for so long, decided to use Han Hao as a breakthrough point. Daka's heart turned cold. He was still worried about finding a guide. But since you came knocking on my door, there was no way I was going to let you leave my sight so easily. Having made up his mind, Daka leisurely followed behind Han Hao. Along the way, he stopped attacking the stone pillars and focused on Han Hao. He'll be fine, right? Statholm, the old monster, furrowed his brow and felt a little uneasy. Balins was still as calm as ever, as though he wouldn't panic even if the sky were to collapse. His eyes were fixed on the Little Skull, Han Hao and Daka. Balins said with uncertainty, "I don't know either. But I think Senior Brother must have explained the dangers of that place to him. Since he's confident that he can bring Daka in, he must have a way to get out. I hope he's fine. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain ourselves." Statholm smiled bitterly. He knew how deep the bond between Han Shuo and Little Skeleton was. If anything were to happen to Little Skeleton in Pandemonium, Han Shuo would definitely be enraged. Who knew what kind of trouble he might cause? He'll be fine. Balins was certain, but he was also a little worried. "Look!" Phoebe cried out in surprise. Her white, jade-like index finger lightly tapped on the surface of the magic mirror and shouted, "He went in!" Balins, Statholm, and the others immediately stopped talking and focused on the spot Phoebe was pointing at. Their gazes were as sharp as knives, and their expressions were extremely solemn. After setting up the various formations in the Pandemonium, Han Shuo informed Phoebe and Statholm of the various areas that they had to pay attention to. He told them to be careful and not to accidentally enter any powerful demonic formations. Among the many things to take note of, Han Shoa repeatedly emphasized the sky annihilation formation that Little Skull had just entered. He once said that once the formation was activated, no one from the Han family would be allowed to approach it lest they die. Han Shoa emphasized this more than once. Every time he mentioned something to take note of in Pandemonium, the sky annihilation formation would be the first thing he mentioned. Suddenly, Han Hao, the Little Skull, stood still at the outermost area of the sky annihilation formation. All of a sudden, bolts of lightning poured down from the ninth heaven. The blazing light filled the entire space, as though it was trying to grind Little Skull's soul into pieces. The boundless hatred condensed into an enormous mountain that pressed down on him. The power contained in the mountain was even more terrifying than a full-powered attack from an overgod. The ground beneath Han Hao's feet could not be seen, only bottomless darkness. A powerful suction force erupted from the Earth's core. Even with Han Hao's strength, he seemed to be unable to withstand it. He was involuntarily pulled towards the depths of the Earth's core. Lightning, mountain pressure, and gravitational force erupted. All attacks were aimed at Han Hao. It was as though no matter how he moved, he would not be able to escape the attack. At this moment, Han Hao had only just entered the outermost area of the sky annihilation formation. Han Hao, who was involuntarily pulled into the boundless darkness, saw the lightning and mountain coming at him. Just as he was about to defend himself with all his might, he suddenly saw a figure darting in from the outside. Delighted, Han Hao gave up on defending himself against the 3 attacks. His soul immediately communicated with the bone spear that he had buried deep outside the formation. He used the energy of his soul to activate all the power of the bone spear. Outside the sky annihilation formation, the bone spear, which only had its tip exposed, glowed brightly. Many ferocious, ghostly faces appeared on the bone spear. The sinister aura and killing intent that lingered in the Pandemonium were suddenly affected by the bone spear and frantically converged on it. The black light that was as thick as a human body formed a hollow circular pillar and shot straight into the terminus heavens. It forcibly opened up a path from the inside and reached right in front of Han Hao, who had sunk deep into the ground. His eyes gleaming with evil light, Han Hao leaped into the circle of black light like a loach. The hollow circle leading to the sky annihilation formation immediately shrank after Han Hao entered it, retreating at an even faster speed. The moment Daka entered the sky annihilation formation, he suddenly realized that the edict of destruction that he had painstakingly cultivated was greatly affected. This area seemed to have changed the natural laws of the edict of destruction. The destruction divine energy in his body became chaotic, and the orbs of destruction that he could normally form with just a thought couldn't be formed. Not only that, but he could also feel the powerful lightning and mountain pressure, as well as the terrifying suction force from the depths of the earth. This power even made Daka's heart palpitate. The endless killing intent and mountain pressure pressed down on him, making his heart feel heavy and uneasy. Just then, Han Hao, who had charged in first, used the black light formed by the bone spear to retreat. Daka immediately realized that he had fallen for Han Hao's trap. He barely managed to stabilize the destruction divine energy in his body before retreating at full speed. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the area he had easily entered earlier seemed to have been blocked by an invisible boulder. Daka's head was spinning from the impact, but he wasn't able to break through the barrier. Instead, he lost his balance and fell into the endless darkness of the underground abyss. Whoosh! Han Hao came to the outside of the heavenly annihilation formation and pulled out the bone spear. As soon as the bone spear was in his hand, all its brilliance faded away and nothing special could be seen. He's out! Ballins exclaimed in joy, clearly relieved. While he was trying to comfort Statholm, he himself was just as worried. It was only when Han Hao walked out that he could finally relax. Great! Statholm smiled and took a sip of wine. Things will be much easier now that Daka is trapped. There are many formations ahead of Dagmar and Aser. The more careful they are, the harder it will be for them to escape. I think it will take them at least 10 days to break free. Ballins's eyes turned cold. It's time for us to retaliate. I will inform Sanguiner, Gilbert, and the others. Without Daka, Aser, and Aser, the god hunters outside won't be our match. Everyone was overjoyed and started preparing to deal with the god hunters outside. They all felt a little more relaxed. Han Shua and Wazer flew all the way from Glacial Peak to Pandemonium. The two of them were as powerful as they could fly at lightning speed. Wasis learned from Han Shua that Daka and the others had suffered great losses. Although he didn't say much, he was even more impressed by Han Shua. The way Wasis saw it, the current Han Shua was far stronger than Tyre, the leader of the 5 sovereigns, be it in terms of personal strength or the power he wielded. Along the way, Wasis couldn't help but wonder why Han Shua seemed so calm in this battle. Where did his confidence come from? No matter how he looked at it, the 5 sovereigns weren't a match for the God Hunter Alliance. The 5 sovereigns only had 5 over-god experts, but the God Hunter Alliance had far more than that. Not only did the God Hunter Alliance have more experts than the Fringe, but they also had more subordinates than the 5 sovereigns. No matter how one looked at it, the Fringe didn't seem to have any chance of winning this battle. Before the battle even started, Wasis had already made preparations to evacuate the Fringe. If not for Han Shua personally making a trip to Glacial Peak to guarantee that the battle wouldn't be a problem, he definitely wouldn't have held on. Brian, why do you think Tyre, Logue, and Asura stayed behind to fight? After thinking for a long while, Wasis felt that it was better to ask Han Shua. He felt that Han Shua already had a plan in mind. Tyre and Logue are trying to take control of the Fringe. The 2 of them are full of evil tricks, so they probably have some trump cards up their sleeves. As for Asura, frankly speaking, I don't really understand him. But I have a feeling that Asura has his own plans. Perhaps he will do something unexpected, said Han Shua with his brows bunched after thinking for a moment. Asura has been courting you ever since you came to the Fringe. Why did you choose to work with me instead of Asura? Asked Wazer. He was rather puzzled by that question. He had been puzzled by it for a long time, and he couldn't figure it out. Asura? Han Shua put on a thoughtful smile and said, It's true that Asura has been trying to be friendly to me. But what have I done? I fought with Salus, became enemies with Tyre and Logue, and even got into a big fight with you. But what did Asura do for me? Not just a sovereign shop, but the fact that he helped me in the Pandemonium and outshone Salus? Han how shook his head and put on a bitter smile. He is too scheming. I dare not get too close to him or let him know too much about my plans. If he plays tricks at a critical moment, I fear that I won't be able to save him. That man is indeed a little hard to see through. Wasis thought for a moment and nodded in agreement with Han Shua. At the same time, the person they were talking about had arrived outside the Pandemonium. He was not alone, but he was accompanied by a group of wounded soldiers. At this moment, Balin, Sanguiner, Gilbert, and a group of Han family gods were hunting down the invading god hunters. Under the terrifying charge of the Han family, the god hunters were utterly routed and fled in panic. Asura had obviously gone through a great battle. His subordinates were drenched in blood, and many of them had to be supported. As soon as Asura arrived, he commanded, Help the Han family deal with the god hunters. Chapter 9:59. Without the support of Daka and the other 2, the god hunters were no match for the House of Han's relentless bombardment. One after another, they were killed on the spot. Rose, Romont, Zovik, Sanguiner, Balins, and the rest of the Han family experts took action together. Among them were some of Han house subordinates. Be it the Han family guards or Han house subordinates, they were all well versed in the art of demonic formations. They were like fish in water in this kind of battle. The god hunters were no match for them to begin with. As soon as Asura arrived and ordered his subordinates to attack, the god hunters were routed even faster. Before Daka and the other 2 could come to their aid, they had no choice but to scatter and flee. They had already suffered heavy injuries at the 3 mountains of Little Skull and Han Hao. Many of them had yet to fully recover from their injuries and were no match for the Han family guards. They were so terrified that they ran for their lives. They even forgot about the 3 hegemons who were deep in the pandemonium. The Han family guards chased after them with all their might. Thanks to their familiarity with the terrain of the pandemonium, the Han family guards were able to find shortcuts to intercept the fleeing god hunters and deal them a heavy blow. This should have been a perfect victory if nothing unexpected had happened along the way. The House of Han guards, who were frantically pursuing the god hunters, thought that their side was strong enough to kill the god hunters. Therefore, they disregarded the danger of being cornered and killed their way through. However, the House of Han guards soon realized that something was amiss. For some reason, the god hunters who had fled earlier had the guts to charge back. They were all in high spirits and looked like mad dogs that had just broken free from their cages. Ballins, Sanguis, and Gilbert, who were leading the charge, were stunned. They did not understand why the god hunters who had been fleeing in a sorry state just a moment ago would come charging back at them. They were clearly weaker than the House of Han guards and had lost their will to fight after being slaughtered to the point where their blood flowed like a river. Where did their confidence come from? Ballins had a bad feeling about this. Before the god hunters could get close, he shouted, "Retreat!" "Old man, why? Since they are courting death, let's grant them their wish." "Hee, these weaklings aren't even enough for us to kill." Gilbert looked at Ballins with a puzzled look. Something's not right. Ballins felt that something was wrong. He shouted again, "Retreat now." "Gilbert, let's go." When Sanguis saw that Gilbert was about to say something, he immediately shouted, "There are more of them. I can sense a lot of blood, auras, rapidly approaching this place." Gilbert was shocked and didn't dare to say anything else. He turned around and retreated while shouting, "Go back! Don't give chase. God damn it, it's an ambush." The Han family guards that had been following Gilbert's group of 3 turned around and retreated in the direction they came from when they heard Gilbert shout. It was at this moment that many experts appeared behind the god hunters. From the color of their clothes, it was obvious that they weren't Daka, Dagmar, or Asur's subordinates. However, they all gave off the same cold-blooded aura. It was obvious that they were god hunters as well. "It's Asora's pursuers. Damn it, didn't Asora just say that they had shaken them off?" shouted Sanguiner angrily after taking a glance behind him. Since the 3 of them had reacted in time, their subordinates might not have been killed. However, they weren't the only group of Han family guards chasing after Daka's subordinates. If those people didn't realize the danger, wouldn't they be killed by the new experts? The thought of that possibility made Sanguiner want to curse. Why didn't Asura stay in his domain? Why did he come to Pandemonium? Even if he wanted to come, he had to understand the situation first. Don't bring trouble to Pandemonium. Let's go. Ballins was startled, and his voice grew even louder. He suddenly sensed an enormous aura behind him and realized that there must be a hegemon among the pursuers. Sanguiner and Gilbert only needed a glance at Ballins' shocked eyes to realize that the pursuers weren't something they could handle. They started to panic. A gust of gentle wind whistled past, and a human figure appeared in the midst of it. Millet, one of the hegemons, smiled and created a wind barrier in front of Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Ballins. Bang! Bang! The Han family guards who were retreating in front of Sanguiner and the others couldn't stop their momentum and crashed into the wind barrier one after another. However, they were all repelled by the wind barrier. Not a single one of them managed to break through the barrier. Suddenly, a series of violent tornadoes formed in the area they were in. The tornadoes formed by the divine energy of the wind element were like whirlpools made of pure wind blades. Several Han family guards who were caught in the tornado were shredded into pieces by the tornadoes. Sanguiner's eyes turned crimson. The bloody sword in his hand emitted a blood-red radiance that was 5 meters long. The pungent smell of blood assailed the nostrils. Streams of blood seemed to be flowing on the hilt of the sword. Sanguiner's body transformed into a bloody radiance and thrust at the wind barrier created by Millet with all his might. Asterisk grip. Asterisk the sound of jade being torn apart could be heard from the wind barrier. The wind element that had gathered together rippled through the gap. A hole that could fit 3 people appeared in the wind barrier. Sanguiner, as one with his sword, was the first to pass through. Gilbert and Ballins followed closely behind. Some of the Hahn family guards were quick to react and passed through the hole after Ballins. They managed to escape from the wind barrier. However, a dozen or so Hahn family guards weren't so lucky. Before they could pass through the wind barrier, they discovered that the hole that Sanguiner had torn open had healed. Moreover, even denser wind element was gathering on the wind barrier, completely blocking their way out. Millet's expression changed. He didn't expect Sanguiner to be able to tear through the wind barrier he had created. Although the wind barrier was something he had created in a hurry, it wasn't something that could be easily pierced through. Sanguiner's ability to gather all of his power into a single point in an instant and unleash a terrifying destructive force that was far beyond his actual strength impressed Millet. Even denser wind element gathered on the wind barrier. Millet attacked calmly. One wind blade after another accurately pierced the bodies of the Hahn family guards that had been left behind. They were badly mutilated and died on the spot. As soon as the wind blade left his hand, Millet turned into a gust of wind and passed through the wind barrier he had created without any obstruction. He continued to chase after Sanguiner and the other 2. "Where are the others?" roared Gilbert immediately after he passed through the wind barrier. He turned around and looked behind him. Ballins didn't say a word. His face was as cold as ice. He knew that the Hahn family guards who couldn't pass through the wind barrier wouldn't survive more than a few seconds in the hands of an expert of Millet's level. They were probably dead by the time Gilbert spoke. Seeing that Ballins didn't say a word, Gilbert immediately knew the fate of the Hahn family guards. Gilbert's eyes reddened. He decided to turn back and fight with his life on the line. However, his fast-moving body suddenly trembled and stopped moving. It seemed that he wasn't going to continue retreating. "Capture him!" roared Ballins and glanced at Sanguiner. As soon as he said that, Ballins and Sanguiner moved together. Each of them grabbed onto one of Gilbert's arms and dragged him towards the pandemonium. They didn't care about Gilbert's shouts at all. "Kid, the energy you use is very peculiar. Stay here and we'll discuss it." Suddenly, Millet's chuckle came from behind, and a gentle breeze quietly blew over. Another wind barrier formed in front of the 3, and the elemental density of this new wind barrier was simply incomparable to the previous one. Sanguiner only took a glance at the newly formed wind barrier before he turned around and glared at Millet. He knew very well that the newly formed wind barrier wasn't something he could break. Rather than wasting his energy on it, he might as well turn back and fight Millet to the death. Even if he couldn't kill Millet, he should be able to inflict some damage on him if he went all out. Seeing that even Sanguiner had given up on trying to break out of the encirclement, Ballins and Gilbert immediately understood that the situation had reached its most critical juncture. The 2 suddenly put aside their panic and fixed their hateful gazes on Millet. The Hahn family guards stood silently behind the 3 of them. Not a single one of them showed any fear in their eyes. Instead, they all wore calm expressions, as if death was not something too difficult to accept. It was as if they had long since prepared themselves for this. Millet wasn't in a hurry to attack. He took in the expressions of the Hahn family guards and nodded in praise. What a powerful army indeed. No wonder even Daka's men fell. You only have 2 choices in front of you. Either you release your souls and swear your loyalty to me, or I'll kill you right now. Who do you think you can kill? A cold shout came from the depths of the earth. The earth beneath Ballin's feet suddenly split open, and Han Hao walked out with a grim expression, his bone spear in hand. Glancing at the surprised Millet, Han Hao said to Ballins and the others, "There's nothing else for you to do here. Return to pandemonium from below. Haha, I've long heard of Han Hao's name. Now that I've seen it for myself, you really do live up to your reputation. Millet clapped his hands and laughed heartily. But do you think you can protect them? You can try. Han Hao no longer looked at Ballins and focused all his attention on Millet. He pointed his bone spear at Millet as though he was facing a formidable enemy. The other 7 bone spears on his back trembled violently. Chapter 960. There was a huge crack in the ground beneath their feet. They were sure that Han too was down there. Ballins, Sanguiner, and Gilbert looked at each other. None of them had any intention of leaving. All of you, go down! Ballins pointed at the Han family guards behind him, indicating that they should leave immediately. The guards had been trained by Ballins for the longest time, so they didn't dare to disobey him. Without any hesitation, they dove into the crack. The smile on Millet's face vanished as a warm breeze blew out from his palm. In an instant, another wind barrier formed at the crack in the ground beneath the trio's feet, and the guards who went down were fiercely bounced back. If I say you can't leave, then no one can. Miller's face was solemn as he walked toward Han Hao step by step. With every step he took, a small whirlwind formed beside him and spread out in all directions. Han Hao's pupils shrank as he looked at Miller as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The 7 bone spurs on his back flew out with a whoosh and pierced into the wind barrier that blocked the crack. Rip! The sound of cloth being torn could be heard. The wind barrier formed by Miller was instantly torn apart. Go down! Ballins shouted. The Han family guards who had been bounced back by the wind barrier felt their hearts tighten. They threw caution to the wind and dove back into the crack, one after another. This time, they didn't meet any obstacles. You 3 go too. Han Hao didn't turn around. Instead, the purple demon eye glowed brightly as he stared at the approaching Miller. The bone spear in his hand was covered in ghostly and frightening images. A strong killing intent gathered on the bone spear and his body. Han Hao, we're not leaving. Gilbert shouted and said stubbornly, we can't watch you throw away your life for us without doing anything. If we die together. Haha, very good, very good. We die together. Miller laughed coldly and suddenly attacked. A hurricane howled and formed in an instant. It was like a gigantic whirlpool, enveloping Ballins, Gilbert, and Sanguiner. He stretched out his hand, and the cold wind formed a huge sawtooth blade in the void. Holding the sawtooth blade in his hand, he slashed at Han Hao, and the sharp wind power rotated at high speed, covering Han Hao entirely. Miller's sudden attack instantly enveloped Ballins, Sanguiner, Gilbert, and even Han Hao. Once the power of a wind over god was unleashed, anyone who wasn't at the same level as him would be unable to resist it at all. They were immediately trapped by the power of the wind. You small fries have the right to clamor at me? Miller sneered. He didn't take Ballins and the others seriously at all. Even Sanguiner, who had just broken through his wind barrier, only surprised him a little. In his heart, he didn't see Sanguiner as a worthy opponent. Even as he sneered, Miller's eyes were vigilantly focused on Han Hao, who had been enveloped by the sawtooth blade formed from the wind element. In his eyes, only Han Hao was a bit troublesome, but it wasn't to the point where he had to go all out. Suddenly, the sneering Miller's expression changed, and he cried out involuntarily, "What?" At that moment, a series of ghostly wails and wolf-like howls came from where Han Hao was surrounded by the jagged blades. One after another, gigantic demonic figures emerged from the blades and flew around with their claws and fangs bared, tearing everything in the area apart. The sawtooth blade formed by the wind element condensed from the divine power in his body was instantly bitten into hundreds of small pieces. The wind element entrenched on the blade suddenly collapsed, and it could no longer condense the blade into a solid form. At the same time, the bone spear in Han Hao's hand opened its mouth wide like a sacrificial bowl. It was as though a spirit dragon that had been imprisoned for millions of years had broken free from a bottomless abyss. Carrying boundless hatred and tyrannical killing intent, it ruthlessly bit at Han Hao. Miller's expression was solemn, and there was no longer any trace of contempt on his face. It was only at this moment that he truly saw Han Hao as an opponent on the same level as him. Suddenly, Miller's body began to spin violently in the void, and as he spun madly, an incomparably huge tornado formed with him as the center. The tornado reached the sky, covering an area of 10 kilometers, and the vegetation, boulders, and silt in the area were all sucked up into the tornado. Miller had become the center of the tornado, providing it with an endless supply of energy. The tornado, on the other hand, had turned into a monster that devoured everything in its path. Not only did it suck everything in, even Han Hao's bone spear was sucked into the tornado by the force of the tornado. Howls and cries came from within the tornado, and as soon as the bone spur entered it, the rapidly spinning tornado immediately slowed down. It was as if the bone spur was a huge boulder weighing millions of kilograms, affecting the entire speed of the tornado. Go! At this time, Han Hao let out a low shout, and the 7 bone spurs immediately destroyed the wind energy binding Ballins and the others. Ballins and the others were startled, and all of them were somewhat astonished. For the time being, I'm not his match. I can only block his power, but I can't beat him, Han Hao quickly explained, and then took the lead to escape into the crack below. Ballins and the other 2 were aghast. Without hesitation, they followed closely behind Han Hao and dove into the ground. Even Han Hao admitted that he was no match for Miller, so the 3 of them together wouldn't be enough to kill him. If they didn't leave now, then when? As soon as Ballins and the others entered the ground, the hole quickly healed, leaving not a single crack behind. At the same time, Han Hao's bone spur that had flown into the tornado suddenly exploded with incomparable power, and suddenly fell to the ground below. Huge mounds emerged one after another, each of them the size of a small mountain. In an instant, they filled the middle of the tornado. With so many obstacles appearing all at once, the tornado's spinning power was forcibly disrupted, and it could not continue to exert power. The bone spur fell onto one of the mounds, and like a drop of water falling into the sea, it disappeared into the mound. In an instant, the terrifying aura that filled the tornado disappeared without a trace. As soon as the bone spur disappeared, it seemed to have stirred up the power of the mounds. The mounds that had risen from the ground seemed to have lost their support, and all of them turned into loose dust and scattered to the ground. The dust had settled. Miller's figure reappeared, and he looked thoughtfully at the ground beneath his feet. He praised, "Looks like it's the doing of that guy called Han Tuesday. The Han family cultivates in some kind of unique power. It's fortunate that we had such a precise plan, or else all our efforts would have been in vain." Underground. "Han Hao, where's your weapon? Don't you want it anymore?" Gilbert immediately shouted at Han Hao the moment he entered the ground. He knew how important the bone spur was to Han Hao, and seeing that he had left the bone spur outside, Gilbert immediately became worried for him. Han Hao turned around, looked at Gilbert, and said indifferently, "You're here." Before Gilbert could react, the bone spur that was previously threatening Miller suddenly flew out of the mud wall and landed accurately in Han Hao's hand. "Han Hao, how many people have suffered?" Ballins's expression was cold. They weren't the only ones who had gone out to chase after Daka's men. They almost didn't escape Miller's hands, and the others probably suffered the same fate. More than 50 people were killed, but most of them were my men. "Your people are fine, so don't worry," Han Hao said calmly after some thought. Ballins stared blankly for a moment and thought, "Why are most of your men killed?" But on second thought, Ballins seemed to understand something. After hesitating for a moment, he softly said, "Thank you." Han Hao nodded and didn't say anything else. He hastened his footsteps towards the underground palace in the Pandemonium. In just a short while, Han Hao, Ballins, and Han Hao appeared in a spacious stone chamber. The 5 elite zombies, Statholm, Zovik, Rose, and the others were gathered in the chamber. Their faces didn't look too good. When Han Hao arrived, he glanced at Statholm and asked, "Where are Asora and his men?" "They're in a guest room not far away," replied Statholm with a rather gloomy face. After hesitating for a moment, he softly said, "That Asora really is something. He didn't know what was going on and led his pursuers all the way here. We lost quite a number of men. Even Romont and Zovik almost didn't make it back alive. Fortunately, Han too kept opening the underground tunnels." "Guest room?" Han Hao's eyes glinted coldly as he stared at Statholm and asked, "Also in the underground palace?" "That's right." Statholm was rather surprised. He felt that Han Hao's reaction was rather odd. Asora had, after all, saved the pandemonium. Even if Asora had brought disaster upon the Han family, they shouldn't be shutting him out. "Who brought Asora to the underground palace?" Han Hao put on a stern face and said coldly, "Didn't I tell Gilbert and the others to stay up there when I went to look for them?" "It was Asora who said that he wanted to come down and have a look. He saved the pandemonium and has a good relationship with Brian. What's wrong with that?" asked Han Hao. Phoebe bunched her brows. She felt that there was something wrong with Han Hao's attitude. "The underground palace is the foundation of the Han family. Father has long said that outsiders are not to be allowed inside." "Does Asora count as an outsider?" asked Han Hao coldly. He looked at Phoebe and instructed Zovik, "Go and bring Asora out. Either he stays in the house above the pandemonium or bring him to the mountain where Gorin and the others were." "That's not how the Han family treats their guests," said Phoebe angrily. "There's something fishy about Asora. Given his realm, there's no way he wouldn't have sensed our pursuers." "He must be up to something by not telling us about it immediately," said Han Hao coldly. He took a deep breath and shouted at Zovik, "What are you waiting for?" Zovik felt a chill in his heart. He stole a glance at Phoebe and saw that Phoebe was seriously thinking about what Han Hao meant. After a moment of hesitation, he decided that he would rather offend Phoebe than Han Hao. Chapter 961. Although there were many women in the Han family, only a few of them had real authority. Phoebe and Emily were the exceptions. In the past, when Han Shoa wasn't around, Phoebe and Emily's words were the most effective. Even Statholm and Mike Cotton had to listen to them in certain aspects. However, the situation took a turn for the worse with the arrival of Han Hao. Due to Han Hao's formidable strength and the admiration of Ballins, Sanguiner, and Gilbert, Han Hao had become the second leader of the Han family under Han Shoa. Phoebe felt somewhat uncomfortable that her position had been taken away from her. After Zovik left, Statholm, Ballins, and Gilbert did not voice their opinions. It appeared that they had tacitly accepted Han Hao's position in the Han family. Feeling a little angry, Phoebe shot a sideways glance at Little Skull Han Hao and shouted, "Asora might have been distracted by his subordinates' injuries, or he might have exhausted his energy in the battle. I don't think he's trying to bring disaster to the Han family, is he?" Emily and Fanny agreed with her words. As the few women were close to each other, it was only natural that they would stand on the same side. "You have yet to reach that realm of strength. You will never understand how powerful the divine soul of an overgod is. Even if Asora is gravely injured, his divine soul should be able to detect dangers lurking in the dark. There's no way he would be ignorant," Han Hao said indifferently, as though he did not notice the anger of Phoebe and the other women. After pondering for a moment, Han Hao turned to Ballins, Sanguiner, and Gilbert and said, "Gather the core members of the family. We must stay together at a time like this." "All right." Ballins immediately nodded and immediately set off to work. "Han too. The 5 of you should get ready as well. If anything happens, send them to the central control center of the pandemonium as quickly as possible. The defenses there are the strongest. You can use the yuan qi of the entire pandemonium to defend against attacks from the outside. Even if an overgod attacks you, as long as the yuan qi of the pandemonium isn't depleted, you'll be fine," instructed Han Hao without even looking at Phoebe. The 5 elite zombies did not waste any words and nodded to carry out his orders. At this moment, it was as if everyone had taken the initiative to filter out the anger on Phoebe's face and treated Han Hao as their leader. Everyone followed his orders and ignored the opinions of women like Phoebe. "I'm afraid Zovik can't handle it well. I'll go and have a look as well." After giving out his orders, Han Hao turned his gaze back to Phoebe and said, "The rest of you should get ready as well. It's best if you head to the central control center of the Pandemonium right away. Although the Pandemonium is vast, that place is the safest." Upon finishing those words, Han Hao turned around and left. "I don't see a single trace of my past self in this fella." Lisa was stunned. She shook her head with a bitter smile. Back when he was at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force on Profound Continent, Little Skeleton was ordered by Han Shua to sneak into Lisa's room in the middle of the night and give her a good beating. Many years later, after Gilbert revealed Han Hao's identity, Lisa would often think of that scene. She would always try to find some trace of her past self in Han Hao. However, other than the 7-bone spurs on his back, she could not find any trace of his past self. "He's changed so much. I really didn't expect an undead creature to grow to such a level," exclaimed Fanny. She too had met Little Skull before, but she, too, did not expect him to grow to such heights. Humph, arrogant and egotistical. "I really don't know how Brian managed to get him out," Phoebe said resentfully. Statholm, the old monster, who hadn't left, was a little embarrassed. He hesitated for a moment before he said he saved us before. His judgment is trustworthy in certain aspects. Phoebe, Brian really treats Han Hao like his own son. I don't think he'll like you calling Han Hao an undead creature. Brian really treats him like his own son," interjected Ermite Cotton. He paused as if he suddenly remembered something. He asked "You've been with Brian for so long. Why aren't you pregnant?" The women's faces darkened when they heard this. They all became uneasy. Statholm glanced at Ermite Cotton. He suddenly thought of something. Could these women be jealous of Han Hao? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. None of them showed any signs of pregnancy for so many years. None of them were able to leave a seed for the Han family. Suddenly, Brian had a strange son like Han Hao. As his women, they would naturally have some thoughts. Statholm could not help but laugh when he thought about it. No wonder these women were acting so strangely. It turned out that he had a knot in his heart. It can't be that there's something wrong with Brian, right? Ermite Cotton asked cautiously. Phoebe, Emily, Fanny, and so many others did not show any signs of pregnancy. It was obvious that there was no problem with them. So, it must be the man's problem. Phoebe and the others blushed when they heard Ermite Cotton's question. They stammered, not knowing what to say. "Ahem," Statholm said with a straight face. "In terms of age, Ermite Cotton and I are old enough to be your grandfathers. You don't need to hide anything. If it really is Brian's problem, we need to discuss it and think of a way to deal with it. This matter can be big or small. However, it is of utmost importance to the future of the Han family. We need to face it seriously. What are you thinking?" Emily softly cried out. She stole a glance at Statholm and Ermite Cotton with a blushing face and stammered, "It's just that Brian doesn't want it. He always says that he will only let us get pregnant after all the crises have been dealt with." Statholm and Ermite immediately understood what was going on when they heard this. Given Han Shua's strength, he could control every part of his body at will. If he didn't want the women to get pregnant, he could easily do so. So that's how it is. In that case, just wait for a while longer. When everything is settled and we are no longer in danger, there won't be any problems, Statholm said with a smile. He felt that this matter should be easily resolved. That's right. We have been waiting for too long. It has been almost 100 years since we arrived on Elysium. How long will it take for us to wait until everything is safe and the crises have been dealt with. Phoebe grumbled softly with a blushing face. It seemed that she had a lot to complain about. When Brian comes back, the two of us will have a talk with him, but I don't know if it will work out." Mike Cotton hesitated for a moment. When he saw the women looking at him expectantly, he braced himself and agreed. The eyes of Phoebe, Emily, and the other women lit up. They cried out simultaneously, "Really?" "We will try." Statholm repeatedly signaled to Mike Cotton with his eyes and forced a smile. "Thank you so much." The women expressed their gratitude joyfully. After all, Statholm and Mike Cotton were his elders. They were eager to have a child. They thought that with their persuasion, Han Shoa would take this issue seriously. All these years, Han Shoa had been fighting wars all over the world. They had been living alone and desperately wanted to have a child. However, they were too embarrassed to tell Han Shoa about it. They thought that Han Shoa would know what to do. Little did they know that Han Shoa would keep delaying until today and had yet to fulfill their wish. "We will do our best." Mike Cotton suddenly felt that Phoebe and the others were rather pitiful. For the sake of Han Shoa, they had abandoned their families and elders on profound continent to come to Elysium. However, they did not spend most of their time on Elysium with Han Shoa. They spent most of their time on Elysium alone. It was at this moment that an ear-piercing whistle sounded from a small hole in the wall. The faces of Phoebe, Statholm, and the others, who were discussing the issue of the house of Han's lineage, suddenly turned pale as though they were facing a formidable enemy. This roar will only be heard when the underground palace is facing the most powerful enemy. It has only been heard once since the formation of the pandemonium. "What's going on?" Phoebe cried out in alarm. "Let's go. Let's head to the secret chamber where the central hub is." Statholm wore a grave expression. He knew that no one would be bold enough to make such a joke at such a critical moment. There could only be one explanation for the whistle. The underground palace was facing an unforeseen crisis. Could Han have guessed correctly? Lisa hesitated for a moment before she asked timidly, "Don't think too much. Our top priority is to protect ourselves." Mike Cotton shouted and pressed his hand on the area where the whistling sound came from. A stone door suddenly cracked open, and a group of people hurriedly entered, quickly heading towards their destination. "Zovik, get out of here." Han raised his bone spear and blocked the entrance of a narrow tunnel. He looked at Regis, the God Hunter Alliance's lightning overlord, and yelled, "Asura brought you in, didn't he? Where is he?" Regis chuckled and didn't answer Han's question. Instead, he shot out a thick bolt of lightning that filled the entire hole, leaving no room for Han to dodge. "Han, too, take everyone away." Little Skeleton yelled at a hole in the wall. He stabbed the bone spear in his hand into the wall, and the wall immediately collapsed, blocking off the passage between him and Regis. At the same time, Han extended his arm, and his bone spear transformed into an enormous bone shield in front of him. "Let's go." Han grabbed Zovik and immediately retreated. If Regis was here, then Isaiah, who cultivated in the energy of Earth, might also be in the underground palace. Han knew that this was going to be a tough battle. Now wasn't the time to waste with Regis. Chapter 962. Regis wasn't surprised by Han's actions. Given the current situation, it wasn't shameful to retreat despite knowing that he couldn't win. He just didn't expect Han to be so decisive. He didn't waste any words and left with Zovik. The lightning rushed out, and the tightly blocked passage was forcibly penetrated by the lightning, directly bombarding the white bone shield. Dazzling white light blossomed on the bone shield. In an instant, the bone shield shattered into pieces and turned into dust. Regis's eyes glowed with electricity as he locked onto Han's figure. He chuckled. "Good reflexes. Extraordinary aptitude. Let's see where you can run to." Regis shot towards Han like a bolt of lightning in the dark passageway, so fast that it was dazzling to behold. Han, who was dragging Zovik away, immediately sensed Regis chasing after him. The uncomfortable aura on his body made him realize that Regis' divine soul had locked onto him. "Zovik, you go first." Han let go of Zovik and turned around, stabbing the bone spear in his hand into the ground. Strands of light visible to the naked eye shot into the passage. Suddenly, the hard earth in the passage was lifted up like a carpet and rolled back from Han to Regis. The elemental energy of death surged out, forming a dense horde of bone spears that filled the narrow passageway. They shot towards the direction Regis had come from. "Careful!" Zovik looked back and said softly before leaving without looking back. "Not bad, Han. How?" Regis praised. He suddenly spread out his domain of divinity in the narrow passage. The power of lightning crackled and spread out with Regis as the center. The bone spears shot toward Regis exploded one by one. His eyes narrowed, and 2 bolts of lightning shot out from his pupils. Like an electric dragon, they smashed the soil carpet that was rolling toward him, turning it into dust and falling to the ground. After the dust settled, Regis suddenly realized that he had lost track of Han Hao in his soul, and he was no longer in front of him. "That's fast." Regis was stunned for a moment. His lips curled into an enigmatic smile as he muttered, "That's good too. It's easier to catch them all in one go." As long as Earth Elite Zombie Han 2 was present in the underground palace, he could open up a new tunnel from anywhere. As the favored child of the Earth, Earth Elite Zombie was using the energy of the Earth to his heart's content for the benefit of the Han family. As soon as Zovik entered a room, the flat wall suddenly split open, revealing a deep and dark hole. Zovik was a little puzzled at first, but he soon realized something and jumped into the hole without any hesitation. As soon as Zovik entered, the new hole miraculously closed up again. It was as smooth as a mirror, and there was no sign that it had cracked open at all. At this moment, in every area of the underground palace where members of the Han family were, new holes would open up. Once they entered the new hole, the hole would close up again. Not only that, but many of the tunnels that were originally there would suddenly collapse, blocking the path of the god hunters who were pursuing the House of Han. In the underground palace, Han too unleashed his energy to his heart's content. Based on his familiarity with the underground palace, he guided the members of the Han family that were scattered in different areas to the central hub where all the demonic formations were set up. With Han Tu's help, the core members of the House of Han were not in any life-threatening danger. They were brought away by Han Tu's energy and escaped from the God Hunter's pursuit. However, Han Tu did not immediately enter the central area that was heavily guarded. He was hiding in a secluded corner of the underground palace, using the images on the mirrors to release his power. Beside him were Han Jin, Han Hua, Han Mu, and Han Shui, as well as Andrina, who was wearing an astonished look on her face. Angelina, who was holding hands with Han Jin, stared blankly at Han Tu with her crystal-like eyes. She seemed extremely astonished. She could not understand how Han Tu, an early-stage high god, could manipulate the energy of the earth so skillfully and effortlessly. She could not understand how Han Tu was able to open up tunnels from such a great distance. As the daughter of the goddess of destiny, Andrina had a deep understanding of the 12 fundamental energies on Elysium. The goddess of destiny had explained to her in great detail the characteristics of the different energies and how far one could go in each realm. Even over-god Earth cultivators like Asura and Isaiah wouldn't be able to do what Han Tu was doing, much less high gods. It was simply unimaginable. Andrina tightened her grip on Han Jin's hand and asked, "Where does his energy come from? Why is it so strange? It's as though the entire Earth is a part of him. This is too amazing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that an Earth cultivator could manipulate the energy of the Earth to such an extent." Han Jin smiled. He hesitated for a moment before pointing at Han Mu, Han Shui, and Han Hua, who were paying close attention to their surroundings. He whispered, "It's not just Han Tuesday. The 3 of them, including me, are all blessed with the ability to manipulate the energy of the earth. Haha, all of this was bestowed upon us by Father. Brian, he's really... Angelina was stunned, and then she shook her head with a bitter smile. Someone's coming. Right at this moment, Hanmu let out a low growl and pointed at one of the earthen walls as if he was facing a formidable enemy. With a solemn expression, he said, "He also cultivates the power of earth." He must have sensed that the change in the power of earth in the entire underground palace is coming from here. If it's not Asora, then it's Isaiah. Han, too, who had been focused on leading the Han family to safety, suddenly opened his eyes. "How's it going?" Han Jin asked. "It's almost done. I've sent away those who needed to be sent away. There are also some Han family guards, but there are too many of them, so I could only lead them to Big Brother's palace." Han too naturally knew what Han Jin was asking. "All right then, let's leave as well," Han Jin said hastily after thinking for a moment. It was at this moment that not only did Han Tu and Han Mu, who cultivated the power of earth, sense that someone was approaching. Even Han Jin sensed a powerful aura approaching them. That's right. Needless to say, it was either Isaiah or Asura who was approaching at full speed. As earth cultivators, even if they couldn't manipulate the energy of the earth as miraculously as Han Tu's earth restraints weren't a problem for them. And because Han Tu was constantly using the energy of the earth, they could accurately pinpoint Han Tu's location. "They're fast. Let's go." Han Mu exclaimed and took a step back. Han Tu stood up and took the lead. The flat wall in front of him suddenly split open to reveal a tunnel. He quickly dove into it. Without hesitation, Han Jin and Han were rushed into the tunnel. As soon as they entered the tunnel, the independent secret chamber suddenly collapsed, and the tunnel that had been split open immediately closed up. Boom! Boom! The earth shook violently, and a deafening rumble sounded from the area. A figure smashed through all the dirt in its way and appeared in the collapsed secret chamber. Isaiah carefully sensed for a moment and snorted. He opened his hand and sent another wave of divine energy at the area that Han Tu and the others had entered. The blast tore open a giant hole, and Han Mu, Han Jin, and the others disappeared in a flash. "So it's here." Isaiah sneered and shot in. To be able to cultivate the energy of the earth to the over-God realm, Isaiah was no ordinary person. In terms of using the energy of the earth, he might not be as good as Han Mu, but due to his high level of cultivation and immense divine energy, his offensive power far surpassed Han Tu's. Just the divine energy in his body allowed him to influence the structure of the earth, turning it into any shape he could imagine. As a cultivator of the earth, he couldn't communicate with the earth like Han Tu could, but he could still use his divine energy to influence the earth. Isaiah's control of his energy wasn't that great, but his offensive power far surpassed Han Tu's. Not only did he forcefully open up a tunnel with his divine energy, but he also gathered earth elemental essence around him, making his aura stronger and stronger. With each step he took, the entire underground palace seemed to tremble. Not good. Han Tu cried out in alarm. The chaotic earth elemental essence had overbearingly changed the structure of matter, and the surrounding area was filled with Isaiah's divine power. Han Tu had already lost control of the earth, and the constantly healing passageway began to shrink uncontrollably. "I'll do it." At this moment, Angelina, who had seen the crisis, suddenly shouted out. Han Jin, who was holding hands with her, suddenly sensed a terrifying wave of energy from her palm. It was something that could only be created by hundreds of energy towers activating at the same time. A blinding light burst forth from Andrina's body, forming a pillar of light that shot towards the approaching Isaiah. Isaiah's expression changed when he saw the blinding light. He had no choice but to use the divine energy he'd sent into the earth to defend against the wave of energy. The tunnel in front of him suddenly shrank, the earth forming a sturdy barrier in front of him. An earth-shattering explosion rang out from the energy pillar and Isaiah's earth barrier. Everyone in the underground palace felt the terrifying tremors as the earth above them fell in large chunks. "It's done!" Han too cried out in delight. He immediately sensed that Isaiah's divine energy that filled the earth around him had disappeared once more. The tunnel in front of him split open once more. Han too was the first to rush in, followed closely by Han Mu, Han Shui, and Han Hua. "Let's go!" Han Jin grabbed Andrina and ran in the direction that Han too had disappeared, ignoring Andrina's thoughts. Knowing that there was a powerful Isaiah behind them, the party didn't dare to stay any longer. Before Isaiah could react, they were already far away from the area. Soon, the 5 elite zombies and Andrina broke through the barrier and arrived at the central control center of the Pandemonium's formations. It was a spacious chamber that was only a few dozen meters underground. Above them was the circular platform with a cauldron of myriad demon. Not only could it draw in the elements of heaven and earth, it could also collect the souls of those who died in the Pandemonium. "Why are you pulling me back in such a hurry?" "It's just Isaiah. I'm not afraid of him." Angelina grumbled softly to Han Jin after entering the secret chamber. Han Jin forced a smile and said, "I'm just worried that you'll be in danger." Andrina giggled and said, "I have a treasure in my hand. Even Isaiah can't do anything to me." Han Jin was stunned. "Can you use that treasure to kill Isaiah? If you can, we'll go back and kill him right away." "That thing can only save my life. It can't kill him." Andrina shook her head and said, "My mother forbids me from killing people. If she gave me the Mirror of Destiny, I would really be able to kill Isaiah." The Mirror of Destiny, the over-god weapon of the Goddess of Destiny? Stadholm was stunned. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. If Andrina were to get her hands on the over-god weapon of the Goddess of Destiny, who knew how much trouble she'd cause? "Who else isn't here yet?" Han How asked Phoebe with a frown. After this ordeal, Phoebe, Emily, and the other women finally calmed down. They no longer dared to blame Han How for being overly cautious. They knew that it was fortunate that Han How had reacted in time and ordered Han Tu to evacuate as soon as he sensed something was wrong. Otherwise, who knew how many members of the Han family would have died in the underground palace? Phoebe's gaze swept across the room as she silently calculated in her mind for a moment. She then said, "Those from Profound Continent should all be here." "That's good." Han How nodded and instructed the 5 elite zombies, "Seal the door." The 5 elite zombies wasted no time. As soon as they received Han Hao's order, they immediately used their elemental energies to control the walls. 5 colored rays of light emanated from their bodies and slowly seeped into the walls. Under the power of the 5 of them, a series of muffled sounds came from the surroundings of the secret chamber. There was even a creaking sound coming from the top of their heads, as if a huge machine was working. At the same time, the endless chi of heaven and earth in the array of ultimate heaven and earth suddenly separated and slowly flowed into the secret chamber where they were. Layers of strange lights reflected on the walls, and all kinds of barriers and demonic formations suddenly took shape. Daka, who had been suffocated by the Sky Annihilation Formation, immediately sensed the change and felt the pressure lessen. However, he still needed some time to get out of the formation. Chapter 963. At the central hub, all members of the Han family had gathered together to deal with Regis and Isaiah's pursuit. The 5 elite zombies unleashed their energies and gathered the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth surrounding the Sky Annihilation Formation to form the strongest defense possible, turning the secret chamber into an impenetrable fortress, leaving not the slightest opening. Everyone knew that Regis and Isaiah would find this place sooner or later. Even though they knew that hiding here wasn't the way to go, they had no choice but to do so. At the very least, even if Regis and Isaiah were to arrive, they wouldn't be able to break through the layers of barriers that Han Shou had painstakingly set up. Before Han Shou left, he had told them that he would return as soon as he was done with his business. That was why they thought that all they had to do was wait for Han Shuo to come out before the secret chamber was destroyed. Han Shuo had told them that in the Pandemonium Tanai his power would be greatly enhanced. No over-god who cultivated in any kind of esoteric energy would be a match for him as long as they didn't possess a true quintessence. Brian will definitely return before they break through the wall. Emily said confidently, "Don't worry. Even if Father can't come back in time, the 5 of us will be able to hold on for a while if we try our best to operate the penta-elemental undead formation." Han Jin smiled and comforted the nervous Han family members. "If I use my treasure, I can stop at least one over-god. I can guarantee that he won't have the time to deal with you all." Andrina said with a giggle as she held onto Han Jin's hand. She didn't seem too concerned about the crisis. After hearing these words, the originally gloomy faces of the crowd relaxed a bit. Their words were no longer as solemn as before, and they began to discuss when Han Shuo would return, as well as the dangerous situation just now. Although Han Hao didn't say anything, everyone naturally treated him as their pillar of support. His accurate judgment had played a crucial role in informing Han Tu of the rescue operation as soon as possible. That was why they were able to bring the key figures to this place. Don't be too optimistic. Prepare for the worst. Han Hao said calmly. He glanced at Han Jin and Andrina and said, "There are currently 7 over-god experts in Pandemonium. Daka, Dagmar, and Acer are temporarily trapped, but once Miller and the others figure out the situation in Pandemonium and get the 3 of them out, I believe that the 7 over-gods, including Asura, will be able to break this secret chamber defenses for long." Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. It was as if they had just realized just how many terrifying enemies the Pandemonium had. However, other than Miller, Isaiah, and Regis, there was also Daka, Dagmar, Acer, and even Asura who had yet to be seen. Every single one of them was an over-god. If they did not work together, the secret room might have been able to hold on for a while longer. However, once the 7 of them struck out together, the terrifying power would be unimaginable. No matter how much confidence they had in Han Shuo, they didn't think that the secret chamber would be able to withstand the combined attacks of all 7 over-gods. "Brother, what do we do?" Han Jin cried out. "I'm thinking." Han Hao slowly sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes in silence, his brows furrowed. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk Regis, and Isaiah led their men to clear out any Han family guards that hadn't escaped. They then headed straight for the secret chamber where Han Hao and the others were. Only the core members of the Han family were allowed to stay in the underground palace. Apart from them, there were only a small number of guards in charge of communications. As such, apart from the core members of the Han family who had come from the Profound Continent, there weren't many guards in the underground palace. Regis and Isaiah had only killed a few dozen guards after searching the place. They were very curious as to why the Han family only had so many guards at their disposal. What he didn't know was that most of the house of Han's guards were in the mountains outside the Pandemonium. As soon as the underground palace was in danger, Han Hao and the others hid in the secret chamber and sent word to their guards. The Han family guards in the mountains immediately followed the path Metal Elite Zombie had opened up and hid in the mountains further away. Even Regis and Isaiah couldn't penetrate the boundaries on the mountains with their souls, so they didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. After Regis and Isaiah roamed the underground palace for a while, Miller quietly appeared. When the 3 gathered, Regis smiled and asked, "Did he bring you in?" Miller smiled and nodded. "Yes. How's the situation?" "The important figures should be gathered together." "Haha, that's good. We don't have to search one by one anymore," Isaiah said as he pointed in a direction above his head. Isaiah pointed in a direction above his head. "They're all over there. The stronger the defenses, the easier it is to see." Daka, Dagmar, and Acer are all in Tanai. "When Asura brought me here, he said he got the news from them," Miller said with admiration. Miller's face was full of admiration. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that this place had so many tricks up its sleeves. It was actually able to trap Daka, Dagmar, and Aser at the same time. Unbelievable. Yeah, it's a good thing we pretended to be Asora's men and snuck in. Otherwise, we might have been trapped like Daka and the others. That Brian really is an amazing person. Regis also sighed with deep emotion. What about Daka, Dagmar, and Aser? Miller thought for a moment before asking Isaiah, a cultivator of the arcane of earth. This operation was mainly planned by Isaiah and Asora, so he would listen to Isaiah's opinion on important matters. What does that have to do with us? Isaiah laughed. They walked into the trap themselves. We didn't set them up, so why should we save them? Isaiah clearly had no intention of getting the three out. Miller and Regis exchanged glances and nodded with a smile. It seemed like they agreed with Isaiah's decision. Let's go take a look at where they're hiding. Hee, remember, before Brian shows up, we can't kill anyone. This pandemonium is too interesting. The three of us will be in charge of it in the future. We have to force Brian to tell us all the secrets of this place before we get rid of them. Isaiah laughed. Of course. Miller and Regis burst into laughter. One of the main reasons why they wanted to deal with the pandemonium was because of its miraculous defenses. A fortress that could trap 3 overgods, Daka, Dagmar, and Aser, was far more valuable to them than the Omphalos itself. As far as they were concerned, the God Hunter Alliance was destined to win the war against the Fringe from the very beginning. Before the battle even started, they had already thought about how they would divide the land after taking over the Fringe. It was foreseeable that in the future, the Fringe would be filled with factions led by the 12 God Hunter Alliances. The God Hunter Alliance wasn't a tightly knit group. Their main goal was to increase their strength and convenience as much as possible. With that, Pandemonium, with its incredible defenses and treacherous movements, would become a treasure trove for them. With Pandemonium, even if they were to fall out with other factions in the future, they would be invincible. As such, they had to take over Pandemonium first. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the secret room Han Hao and the others were in. Colorful light shone from the walls. At a glance, the walls looked like they were made of glass. They looked gorgeous and didn't look like earthen walls at all. Strands of strange energy flowed through the patterns on the walls like flowing water, giving off an aura of rejection. Just as the 3 approached the secret room, they felt a gentle energy pushing them out. Even Regis, Miller, and Miller, who were overgods, couldn't help but take a few steps back. Suddenly, their faces lit up with excitement. It's amazing! Asora didn't lie to me. Isaiah laughed heartily and said, No wonder Asora would betray Brian to work with us. I think he's been coveting this place for a long time. Humans are greedy. Anyone who comes here will want to take everything for themselves. This trip was well worth it. Regis looked ahead in surprise and carefully sensed the various powers contained in the wall. He had an eager expression on his face as he said, I can't wait. Let me try first. Isaiah and Miller looked at each other and smiled, taking a few steps back so that Regis could do as he pleased. Bolts of lightning converged together, gradually forming an incomparably thick bolt of lightning. Under Regis's control, it crashed into the shining earthen wall in front of him. A deafening sound came from within. The power of thunder and lightning was suddenly released, and then disappeared without a trace in an instant. Amazing! Regis cried out in surprise. He could feel that the earthen wall, which contained a strange power, had only caved in a little under the lightning attack of 80% of his power. Then it returned to its original state in an instant. How surprising, Millet nodded. His eyes flashed, and an incomparably large wind blade streaked across the sky. There was a crisp crack as the wind element and divine power condensed into a giant wind blade, shattered inch by inch. There's a strange power in the wall that can destroy elemental structures. That Brian fellow really is a genius. I wonder where he learned such a strange power. Isaiah explained after a moment of testing, closing his eyes in thought. Haha. According to the information we received, he'll be back soon. Yes, with Asura as our chess piece and the House of Han, we can take our time to play him. When we get all the secrets of Pandemonium out of him, not even Daka and the others will be able to break free. Isaiah was overjoyed. The more mysterious and unexpected the Pandemonium was, the happier he was. In his heart, the Pandemonium was already his. Come, let's give it a try. No matter what kind of defense it is, it needs the support of energy. I don't think there's any defense that can last forever under our repeated attacks. Miller thought for a moment before saying with a serious expression, this was an unchanging truth since time immemorial. All defensive barriers and seals required the support of energy. This energy could be provided by the energy crystals in the energy towers or by the divine energy or elemental energy left behind by the caster. But no matter how strong the defense was, every attack would deplete the energy source. Once the energy source was depleted, the defense would be broken no matter how strong it was. Miller, Regis, and Isaiah clearly knew that. After some preparation, they attacked one after another, combining lightning, earth, and wind elemental attacks on the wall that Han Hao and the others were hiding in. Under the power of the trio, Phoebe, Emily, Stratholme, and the others in the secret chamber all felt the intense tremors. Deafening booms landed on the walls, causing them to tremble along with it. However, the secret chamber was powered by the natural energy that had been gathered in Pandemonium over the years. Thanks to Han Shua's meticulous setup, its defenses were shockingly strong. Miller, Isaiah, and Regis attacked the wall no less than 30 times, but they still weren't able to break through. The three of them stared at the wall in disbelief. They didn't expect that even with their over-god strength, they wouldn't be able to break through the layers of barriers on the wall even after 10 attacks each. Stop attacking! Just as the three of them were about to persevere and continue, they heard a voice at the same time. After a while, Asura walked over with a solemn expression and explained, the more you attack, the more strange energy surges from where Daka is imprisoned. At this rate, Daka will be able to escape very soon. Once the three of them escape, we won't be able to control Pandemonium anymore. There's such a thing? Isaiah stared in shock. I can clearly feel the flow of gaseous energy from above. It's coming from where Daka is imprisoned. As you continue attacking, Daka's restraints seem to be weakening. I'm sure of it, Asura said. Isaiah, Regis, and Regis immediately stopped attacking. They were even more surprised by the layout of Pandemonium. We can put on a show now. Brian should be able to return to the Pandemonium soon, said Asura with a confident smile when he saw that Isaiah and the other two had stopped fighting. Chapter 964. After flying for a few days, Han Shua and Wasis finally arrived at a mountain peak a few dozen miles away from the Pandemonium. Han Shua's expression changed when he looked in the direction of the Pandemonium. He immediately knew that something must have happened to the Pandemonium. All of Tanai's formations were created by Han Shua, so he knew exactly what each formation did. Just by looking at it from afar, Han Shua could sense that something was amiss from the abnormal flow of the Yuan Qi in Tanai. The Sky Annihilation Formation and the central secret chamber that controlled all of Tanai's formations were giving off strong Yuan Qi undulations. The Sky Annihilation Formation indicated that a terrifying expert had entered Tanai, while the central secret chamber indicated that the Han family had encountered irresistible danger. Otherwise, the secret chamber wouldn't have been activated. Han Shua felt a chill run down his spine. He wanted to enter the Pandemonium as soon as possible to see what was going on. Brian, is there a problem? Wasis noticed that something was wrong with Han Shua and quickly caught up to him. Wazer's question caused Han how to slow down for a moment. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He calmed himself down and calmed his mind. He calmed himself down and calmed his mind. After a series of thoughts, he calmed himself down and calmed himself down. Something must have happened to the Pandemonium. However, The most powerful secret chamber I set up still has yuan qi undulations. That means that the final layer of defense hasn't been destroyed yet. Han Shuo didn't rush into the pandemonium. Instead, he calmly explained to Wasis, "I'm certain that Daka and the others have entered the pandemonium. However, given the pandemonium's defenses, they shouldn't have been able to break through in such a short period of time. They shouldn't have the power to force my people to open the central secret chamber. Something is wrong." No one knew the power of Tanai's formations better than Han Shuo. Back in the battle at the Misty Sea, Han Shuo had tested the power of Daka and the others. Based on his understanding of the three, he didn't think that they could break through the pandemonium's defenses in such a short period of time. It was precisely because of this confidence that Han Shuo left the pandemonium and headed to Glacial Peak to rescue Wasis. Could it be that there are other enemies? Weiser asked tentatively after a moment's thought. He was very confident in his words. That shouldn't be possible. Han Shuo pondered for a moment and said, "Apart from our own people, no one can enter Tanai without permission. Everything will be clear once we go in." Han Shuo nodded and prepared to enter the pandemonium as Wasis suggested. Suddenly, a faint aura came from afar. Han Shuo's heart thumped, and he immediately released an extremely weak strand of aura from his consciousness. Faint soul undulations emanated from his body. "Who are you contacting?" Wasis was stunned. The unique soul undulations from Han Shuo were extremely well hidden. If he were to stick close to Han Shuo, he definitely wouldn't be able to detect it. Wasis, who was an overgod, knew that this was an extremely secretive method of communication between experts. Only when the two of them had a tacit understanding of each other's soul undulations would they be able to sense each other within a certain distance. "Wait a moment." Han Shuo waved his hand and brought Wasis to a secluded corner of the mountain peak. He gestured for Wasis to wait with him. Wasis was puzzled. He didn't understand why Han Shuo would have the time to wait at such a crucial moment. He tried to guess the identity of the intruder. Could it be that he had hidden some pawns among Daka, Dagmar, and Aser? Who could it be? Since when did he have anything to do with Daka's god hunters? Just as Weiser was trying to figure out what was going on, a faint electric spark appeared in a cluster of dark clouds and suddenly descended before Han Shuo. A figure gradually appeared in front of him. Salas, Wasis. The two of them exclaimed simultaneously as though they were facing a great enemy. Frost aura and lightning bolts were released as though they were about to fight to the death. "We're on the same side." Han Shuo waved his hand to stop them from acting rashly. He suddenly appeared between the two of them and said, "Don't be surprised. We're on the same side." Neither Salas nor Wasis knew of the other's existence. Before they met, they thought of each other as enemies. So, the moment they saw each other, they immediately drew their swords. "No matter how I guessed, I never expected it to be you." For the first time, Wasis smiled dryly. "Brian, I can't believe you even dragged Salas down with you. This is really surprising. Brian, I have to say you're really terrifying." Han Shuo had defeated Salas, seized his position in the fringe, and destroyed his foundation in Empyrean Peak. No matter how one looked at it, the two of them had an irreconcilable hatred for each other. There was no doubt about that. Yet the two of them were actually working together in secret. If Wasis hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if someone presented him with proof. "I'm also very curious. You didn't even give Tyre any face. Why would you leave Glacial Peak to come here?" Salas was equally shocked. He looked at Wasis with an odd expression, then at Han Shuo. Shaking his head, he said with a bitter smile, "No wonder you can do so well in the fringe. I'm finally convinced of my defeat today." One was Wasis and the other was Salas. The two sovereigns of the fringe sincerely expressed their admiration for each other. "Let's not talk about this." Han Shuo didn't get complacent. The crisis in Pandemonium made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He hurriedly asked Salas, "You've been lurking around Dhaka all this time. What's going on?" As he spoke, the demon general in Han Shua's body had already sneaked into Pandemonium. However, the demon general could only see the current situation and couldn't see everything that had happened in Tanai. So, Han Shua needed news from Salas. First, Dhaka, Dagmar, and Aser entered Pandemonium. Everything they did was within our expectations. They're trapped inside, just as you predicted. Salas briefly explained the situation of Dhaka, Dagmar, and Aser before continuing. However, you probably didn't expect that after Dhaka, Dagmar, and Aser, Miller, Isaiah, and Regis would also come to the fringe, right? What's going on? Han Shua's expression changed to one of shock. I didn't see it with my own eyes, but I'm certain that Isaiah and the others didn't enter Pandemonium like Dhaka and the others did. Instead, they entered Tanai's underground palace. Salas thought for a moment before he suddenly looked Han Shua in the eye and said solemnly, "You must have no idea who brought them into the Han family's underground palace, right?" "It's Asura," Han Shua shouted coldly. Regis, Saya, and Miller's target was Asura. Their sudden appearance in Pandemonium definitely has something to do with Asura. Given the tight defenses of Pandemonium, they definitely wouldn't have been able to enter without someone they know leading the way. Upon hearing that, Salas was taken aback. He smiled bitterly and said, "How did you guess that?" "Damn it, it seems like you've been wary of Asura for a long time now." Dhaka, Dagmar, Aser, Isaiah, Miller, Regis, and Asura. A total of 7 overgods are in Tanai. Han Shua's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. "Let's plan this out carefully. This battle isn't going to be easy. Thankfully, this is Pandemonium, my territory. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have a 10% chance of winning. Dhaka and the others are still trapped. Isaiah and the others haven't gotten rid of them yet. In fact, we only need to deal with Isaiah, Asura, and Isaiah." Salas said, "That makes things much easier. If we grasp this point, it will be much easier to act." Han Shua's expression relaxed. After a moment of silence, he said to Wasis and Salas, "Don't show yourselves for now. I'll go take a look. I'm sure Asura thinks I don't know what's going on and might plot against me. I'll do as he wishes." The 3 of them discussed for a while and settled on a general plan of action. Then Salas and Wasis went into hiding, leaving Han Shua to go to Pandemonium alone. Asterisk, 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 he's here! Asura and Tanai exclaimed, "He's finally here!" Isaiah and the others were overjoyed. They had waited for so long for their master to arrive. From their point of view, Han Shua's arrival meant that they would be able to grasp all the secrets of Pandemonium and truly own it. "He definitely hasn't suspected me yet." Asura smiled and said, "We can put on a good show. As long as I can gain his trust, I can catch him off guard and severely injure him. With the help of the 3 of you, we can completely subdue him and threaten him with the lives of his family members. He'll definitely reveal some of Tanai's secrets. Then what are we waiting for?" Isaiah laughed. Asura didn't say anything else and immediately left. He flew into one of Tanai's misty regions and inflicted some light injuries on himself before fleeing in a panic. Isaiah and the others were hot on his heels, as though they were determined to take Asura down. "That's quite a good show." Han Shua, who had just entered the Pandemonium, smirked. With one thought, a large formation in the Pandemonium shifted from a few miles away to Isaiah Road. The demonic formation appeared so abruptly that it enveloped Asura in an instant. "Oh, Asura!" Aser, the overgod of darkness who had been trapped in the demonic formation for a whole day, suddenly noticed that there was an extra person inside. When he looked closely, he realized that it was Asura, one of the 5 sovereigns. "Ah!" cried Asura. His face was filled with astonishment and bewilderment. He yelled, "Why are you here?" "That's what I wanted to ask you." Aser smirked and immediately attacked the confused Asura. In his opinion, Asura was helping Han Shua deal with him, so he had to make the first move. Chapter 9, 65. Asura couldn't say anything about it. Even if he did say that he was working with Isaiah and the others, he wouldn't be able to stop Asur. The God Hunter Alliance wasn't united, and Isaiah and Daka weren't on the same side. He was extremely frustrated. He didn't know if he'd made a mistake. He just couldn't figure out how he'd ended up trapped in Asur's seal. The scene he'd been planning for a long time didn't play out. Asur had him pinned down, making it impossible for him to escape. Around them, the towering stone pillars would shoot out beams of cold light that would numb their limbs when they landed on them. Often, they wouldn't be able to dodge in time and would be hit by the sudden attack. One wrong move and they would lose everything. All of Asura's arrangements had been rendered useless. By the time Isaiah, Regis, and Miller arrived, they had lost track of Asura. They spread their divine souls, but couldn't find anything. Go back. Isaiah's expression suddenly changed as he realized something was wrong. Regis and Miller exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Without another word, the three hegemons who'd planned on working with Asura to ambush Han Shua turned around and flew back to the secret chamber with the colorful walls. Regis and the others understood that as long as they could hold the place, no matter how many tricks Han Shua had up his sleeves, he would have to return to the secret chamber to help the Han family escape. As long as they could make use of that, they wouldn't have to worry about Han Shua not giving in. Given their strength, they were confident that they could keep Han Shua here even without Asura's sneak attack. Soon, the three returned to the secret chamber. We don't have to worry about him not coming. Isaiah smirked confidently. We don't have to run around outside. If even Asura met with misfortune, he must have a trump card up his sleeve. Let's conserve our energy and wait for his arrival. Regis and Miller smiled without the slightest nervousness. The way they saw it, the battle was still under their control. Father is here. In the spacious secret chamber, Little Skull Han Hao's expression suddenly changed. This secret room was sealed by layers of power. The power attached to the walls was very strange. Not only could it isolate most divine power attacks, but it could also effectively prevent souls from peeping. It was precisely because of this that the 5 elite zombies, whose soul realm was inferior to Han Hao's, were unable to sense Han Shua's arrival. Even at this moment, the 5 were still nervously preparing to activate the penta-elemental undead formation at all costs once the secret chamber's defenses were destroyed. They would continue to strive for the safety of the Han family. Hearing Han Hao, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly say such a thing, the gloomy people in the secret room suddenly became spirited, and joy immediately rippled from the corners of everyone's mouth. Everything will be fine. Han Hao stood up from his cross-legged position and tightened his grip on the bone spear in his hand. He turned to Andrina, who was leisurely munching on energy crystal fragments, and asked, "You can trap an overgod and prevent him from attacking anyone for a short period of time?" A fist-sized energy crystal had its corner bitten off by Angelina, and she was chewing on it vigorously. Hearing this, Angelina giggled and nodded vigorously. "Of course. Get ready. We will leave together in a moment." Han Hao went to Han Jin and the others and said, "Only the 5 of you can send the 2 of us out together. Listen for my signal and send me and Andrina out as soon as possible. I have contacted Father." "All right." Han Jin nodded. He then looked at Andrina, who was still chewing on the energy crystal, and said softly, "Be careful." "I know, I'll be fine." Andrina rolled her eyes at Han Hao and giggled. "You should worry more about him." Han Jin chuckled and said, "Big brother will be fine." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk hearty laughter suddenly rang through the sky as a majestic figure walked through the air, not letting Isaiah and the others down. Looking at the 3 who were on guard, Han Shua smiled and said, "You've all come all the way to my pandemonium. It's truly touching. It's a pity that I wasn't in Tanai, so I wasn't able to properly entertain you. Please forgive me." Isaiah bowed towards Han Shua from afar and said with a smile, "You're too kind." I'm flattered that the three of you think so highly of me, Han Shuo said with a smile. Standing on Tanai's round platform with a cauldron of myriad demon on it, Han Shuo first sensed the flow of energy in Tanai before saying, "What do you want?" "As long as I, Tanai, have it, I will give it to you with both hands." "Good." Isaiah laughed heartily and looked around. He then pointed at the strange formations and said, "As long as you tell us the secrets of Tanai, I guarantee that I will personally escort you and your Han family out of the pandemonium." "Oh." Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before saying awkwardly, "Isn't it a little too unkind to chase the host away?" "Brian, you're no longer in charge of the pandemonium. The Fringe will be the God Hunter Alliance's territory sooner or later. With your intelligence, you should be able to tell that this is the way things are. If you leave now, no one will say that you're a coward. They'll only praise you for seeing the bigger picture." Miller's voice was erratic as his body swayed a little, putting some distance between him and Isaiah. Lightning flashed in Regis's eyes as he casually took a few steps to the left and stopped at a distance that he felt was appropriate. Isaiah, Miller, and Regis surrounded Han Shuo in a triangular formation. They didn't attack immediately, but their auras were locked onto Han Shuo. Judging from the current situation, as long as Han Shuo said the word no, a thunderous bombardment would descend upon him like an avalanche. Miller and Regis' subtle changes in position naturally didn't escape Han Shuo's eyes. Contrary to their expectations, Han Shuo merely smiled faintly at the encirclement of Miller and Regis. He didn't immediately change his position to avoid the encirclement. Miller and Regis felt that something was amiss, but after thinking about it carefully, they realized that Han Shuo's actions were a sign of compromise. It meant that he had chosen to surrender for the sake of his wife and child. Isaiah looked at Han Shuo in silence. Seeing that Han Shuo hadn't resisted and had even exposed himself to the three of them, he felt relieved. It was only natural that he thought that Han Shuo had made the right choice. But right at that moment, Han Shuo suddenly turned hostile. Before the smile on Isaiah's face could fade, a gigantic palm appeared above them. It was the size of a mountain and was filled with flesh and blood, so much so that even the veins on its palm could be seen clearly. However, the terrifying killing intent it exuded was enough to make one kneel down involuntarily. Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the sky being torn apart came from above as the gigantic palm pressed down, covering the entire area and descending upon the three like a mountain. "Damn!" Regis cursed and immediately retreated. Isaiah and Miller's expressions changed as well. They suddenly realized that the smiling Han Shuo wasn't someone to be trifled with. Sensing the terrifying pressure coming from above, the two didn't dare to stay behind and tried to escape in three different directions like Regis. The encirclement they'd formed against Han Shuo immediately collapsed. "I'll show you if I'm still in charge of this valley." Han Shuo stood there like a mountain, laughing as he watched Isaiah and the others flee. All of a sudden, the gigantic palm split into three and chased after Isaiah and the other two. The three's expressions changed abruptly. They felt a strong sense of danger from Han Shuo. He stood in place, unmoving, while the giant palm that had split into three seemed to have become Han Shuo's tentacles, firmly locking onto Regis and the others. No matter how they dodged, they couldn't escape the pressure of the giant palm. If they were anywhere else, Han Shuo wouldn't have been able to tear apart their encirclement in one move and force them to flee. However, this was pandemonium, and Tanai was one with Han Shuo's consciousness. Here, he was 30% stronger than he was at his peak. Back when his demonic arts had just reached the Skybreak realm, he was already able to force Salus to retreat. Now that he was in the pandemonium and was in Tanai's domain, his strength wasn't something Isaiah and the others could imagine. "Destroy it!" Isaiah suddenly shouted. Regis and Miller moved to Isaiah's side, and the three of them attacked at the same time, slamming into the palm above their heads. A dull rumble sounded from pandemonium as Regis, Miller, and Isaiah combined their strength to attack the palm above Saiyan's head. Rumble, Rumble. Powerful energy, fluctuations, surged out from the top of the heads of the three of them. Even the Han family members in the secret room at the center of the power ceiling formation could feel the tremendous rumbling and the violent shaking of the earth. One of the giant palms disappeared, and the other two palms also disappeared in an instant like illusions. Isaiah and the others heaved a sigh of relief. If their combined attack hadn't been able to disperse the power of the palm above their heads, they would have immediately abandoned all operations in Pandemonium and fled as far as they could. Han Shua chuckled. If not for the fact that he still needed the Sky Annihilation Formation to imprison Daka, he wouldn't have been able to disperse that attack so easily. As expected of the three hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance. Impressive. Han Shua smiled and nodded. Since that's the case, I know what to do. All right, let's begin. What do you want to know first? I'll tell you everything I know. Chapter 966. Isaiah and the other two were stunned. They had planned to take down Han Shua in one fell swoop, but when they saw his sudden change in attitude, they couldn't help but be stunned. I was just testing the three of you to see if I could protect my wife and children without losing Pandemonium. After trying it out, I realized that the three of you were indeed extraordinary. Therefore, I had no choice but to dispel my wild hopes and cooperate with you. Han Shua explained with a wry smile. Isaiah and the other two looked at each other. Even though they didn't attack Han Shua right away, they didn't dare to trust Han Shua anymore. After exchanging glances, Isaiah and the other two didn't surround Han Shua from 3 different directions. Instead, they stood face to face with Han Shua. Since Han Shua was able to break through their encirclement in an instant, they realized that Tanai wouldn't be able to surround Han Shua in Pandemonium, so they decided not to waste their energy. Brian, you're much stronger than we expected. However, I believe that you were able to break through our encirclement in an instant because of the unique geography of Pandemonium, Isaiah said solemnly. Isaiah's expression was solemn. But even if you can escape from the 3 of us, you won't be able to take the House of Han with you. You'd better tell us what we need, or we'll kill everyone in the secret room at all costs. I can tell that the defensive power of the secret room is connected to the seal that imprisoned Daka. If not for the fact that we wanted to talk to you, we would have broken through the secret room long ago. If the 3 of them were to come out of the seal, there'd be no way for us to negotiate. Your Han family would be doomed. Regis was caught off guard by Han Shua's sudden attack. He broke out in a cold sweat and was naturally displeased. Don't force us to do that. Miller interjected. Understood. Han Shua smiled bitterly and raised his hand to show that he understood. I'll let you get what you want. Tell me, what exactly do you want to know? What do you want? Seeing Han Shua so cooperative, Isaiah smiled and nodded. It's simple. We just need information about this valley. All the seals, barriers, and energy towers, as well as the details of the seals imprisoning Daka, Dagmar, and Acer. Oh, is that so? Han Shua pondered for a moment before he readily agreed. No problem. We will be leaving the Fringe anyway. There's no harm in leaving this place to you. That's right. Isaiah was very happy. He shot a look at Regis and Miller, telling them to be careful of Han Shua in case he turned hostile again. With their previous experience, the 3 of them no longer dared to easily trust Han Shua. From their point of view, Han Shua, who had turned his back on them, was too dangerous, and he had enough strength. If they were not careful, one of them could be seriously injured and all of their plans would be for naught. Come with me. I'll take you to a place. You will find everything you desire in that place. Han Shua suddenly said after thinking for a moment. He then started walking towards the exit as he spoke. Wait, Isaiah called out. When Han Shua turned to look at him in surprise, Isaiah laughed dryly. This valley of yours is a little strange. Even Daka was imprisoned here. We wouldn't dare go anywhere with you. It's here. We can only do it here. We have something we can use to obtain your memories. Regis and Miller didn't move a muscle, but their eyes were fixed on Han Shua. They were on their guard, afraid that Han Shuo would suddenly attack in the next moment. Oh! Han Shuo was taken aback, but he quickly smiled and nodded. All right, what do you have that can obtain my memories? This is it, the soul sphere. Isaiah slowly took out a light purple sphere the size of a fist. Its surface was as smooth as purple jade, and the center of it was shrouded in mist. The soul sphere was a special divine item that could only be created by gods who had cultivated the power of death to an extremely high level. Within the sphere was a mysterious soul vortex that could generate powerful energy. It only had one use, and that was to obtain the memories of those who approached it. While it could obtain memories, it wasn't safe. A single mistake could damage the target soul or even turn them into an idiot. Han Shuo's expression changed as he shook his head with a bitter smile. That won't do. The side effects of the soul sphere are too obvious. It's too dangerous. Also, if you're the one using it, I won't be able to guarantee my safety. I won't do it. Isaiah, enough with the nonsense. Regis harumphed and looked down at the secret chamber beneath them. The three of us will give it our all and ignore Daka. Destroy the secret chamber and kill all the members of the House of Han. Humph. When Daka, Dagmar, and Aser come out, there won't be anyone left alive in Tanai. Miller smiled and shot a sideways glance at Han Shuo, whose expression had changed drastically. What's the point? Once the three of them come out, you won't be able to protect your wife and children no matter how powerful you are. Even you might not be able to walk out of the valley alive. Isn't it better for us to work together and be happy? Miller and Regis seemed to be playing the role of the bad guy and the good guy. The two's words seemed to have an effect. Han Shuo's face darkened, and the veins on his forehead throbbed for a while. Finally, he seemed to have hardened his heart and gnashed his teeth. All right, I'll do as you say. That's good. Isaiah laughed heartily and gave Regis and Miller some instructions. He walked over to Han Shuo with the soul orb, carefully guarding against Han Shuo as he passed it to Han Shuo. After receiving the soul orb, Han Shuo's face was apprehensive. He seemed to be having an intense struggle in his heart. He was hesitant. After a while, Han Shuo sighed, as if he had let go of all his stubbornness. Forget it, forget it. Han Shuo shook his head and let out a bitter sigh. He then placed the soul orb in front of him. Two extremely faint beams of soul light shot from his eyes onto the soul orb. Suddenly, the misty soul sphere abruptly blossomed with a strange soul light. Isaiah and the other two looked at each other and burst into laughter. No matter how strong you are, you'll still have to submit obediently. Regis laughed sinisterly as he suddenly appeared in front of Han Shuo. Bolts of lightning appeared in his palm, interweaving into a large net that trapped Han Shuo. Isaiah and Miller didn't just stand there. Laughing strangely, they came to Han Shuo's side and worked together to set up a restrictive barrier around him, sealing the power in Han Shuo's body. The moment the soul orb absorbs all his memories will be the moment of his death. Isaiah heaved a sigh of relief and said smugly, "We've already done something to this soul sphere. Once it's connected to the soul, no one other than a god will be able to break free of the soul's power. Sai, what a poor young genius. He's been ruined by the three of us. Put away your fake compassion." Miller felt funny. He looked at the strange curve in the soul ball, which had the energy fluctuation of the memory. He said, contentedly, "This trip is worth it. Haha. With this ravine and the memory in his head, not only can we know the power Upanishad he cultivated, but we can also build a similar ravine in another place." Isaiah and Miller laughed heartily, immensely pleased with themselves. A cry of surprise came from the distance, and a cold expression appeared on Wasis's face. Looking at Han Shuo, who had been affected by the soul orb's power and bound by the layers of barriers, Wasis's expression changed drastically. "What did you do to Brian?" "Wasis, was it?" Isaiah chuckled at him. "This has nothing to do with you. If you leave the valley immediately, run as far as you can, we won't care." "Oh, And remember to bring your subordinates from Glacial Peak with you, because it won't be long before we take over this place." Miller and Regis snickered, not taking Wasis seriously at all. From their point of view, Wasis was far from their match. If not for the fact that they had to keep an eye on Han Shuo, they wouldn't mind spending a bit more effort to keep Wasis in the valley forever. "Wasis, where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, another loud shout rang out from the fog in the distance, and a majestic figure gradually appeared. It was Sakez. Wasis's expression turned cold. "Salas, you're also a sovereign of the Fringe. Why are you helping the God Hunter Alliance against us? Since when do you think I'm someone important?" Salas sneered. "Damn it, the moment I left the Fringe, you gave everything that belonged to me to that brat. I've been in the Fringe for so many years, and you despicable bastards don't even care about old friendships. Since that's the case, why should I care about you?" As he cursed, Salas attacked Wasis mercilessly. Haha, so Salas is here too. Isaiah obviously knew about Salas and the relationship between Salas and Daka, so the three weren't surprised to see Salas go after Wasis. Miller and Regis, however, found it interesting and watched as Salas and Wasis fought. Miller asked, "Salas, do you want us to help you take care of this guy?" "That would be for the best." Salas laughed. "Damn it, those bastards from Daka were tricked by Brian, and now they're blaming me for it. I've already broken off all ties with them. If you don't mind, I'm willing to help you deal with Daka." As he spoke, Salas pushed Wasis towards Isaiah and the others. Chapter 9:67. That's great. Isaiah was moved. If Salas was willing to go with them, their chances of victory against Daka and the other two would greatly increase. The three of them knew that Tanai's barrier wouldn't be able to trap the three of them for long. They had to be prepared in advance so that they wouldn't lose. At the thought of that, Isaiah gestured to Miller and Regis to help Salas get rid of Wasis as soon as possible. While Wasis alone wouldn't be able to affect their plan much, an enemy over God wasn't a good idea. It would be best if they could kill him. "Haha, Wasis, I told you to leave earlier, but you wouldn't listen. You can't blame us for this." Regis let out a long laugh and suddenly flew out from Isaiah and Miller's side, shooting a bolt of lightning towards the approaching Wazer. Both Regis and Sakez cultivated in the energy of thunder and lightning. The pincer attack from the front and the back immediately put Wazer in a difficult position. Miller narrowed his eyes. He wasn't in a rush to join the fray. Instead, he slowly moved in a certain direction. That direction was the only way for Wasis to escape. Miller's eyes were extremely sinister, and he firmly blocked his escape route. A hint of panic flashed across Wazer's eyes. He seemed to have become timid under the pincer attack of the three. The icy aura emanating from his body dissipated, and so did his aura. The smile on Regis' face grew even more cheerful. He could not help but look down on Wazer. An over-god who could not abandon everything in battle was nothing to be afraid of even if he had reached this realm. With that in mind, Regis no longer treated Wazer as an expert of the same level as him. His palm flashed with a dazzling bolt of lightning, forcing Wazer to dodge in panic. He was at a loss as to what to do. At that moment, Salas, who had been staring intently at Wasis, turned into a streak of light and slammed into Wasis. The thick bolt of lightning on his arm struck Wasis's chest, causing Wasis to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Hee, Wasis, to think you'd have such a day." Salas smirked as he struck Wasis's chest with his thick arm. His fist stuck close to Wasis's chest. An immense force sent Wasis flying towards Regis. "Send him on his last journey, Regis." Salas sneered at Wasis. Regis was facing Wasis's back, while Wasis and Salas were stuck close together. From the lightning bolts shooting out of Wasis's body, it was obvious that he was heavily injured and had temporarily lost the ability to fight back. "All right," Regis answered readily, thinking that Wasis was only SOSO. He hadn't expected his defenses to be broken so quickly. Isaiah glanced at the sky, a look of surprise on his face. He hadn't expected Wasis to be so easily defeated by Sallis and Regis. On the other side, Miller was smiling coldly. He was no longer on guard. It was obvious that Wasis was on the verge of collapse, and there was no need for him to guard Wasis's only escape route. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A bone-chilling mist suddenly flew out from Wazer's back and enveloped the defenseless Regis in the blink of an eye. Just as Regis was about to deal Wazer a fatal blow, his body was suddenly covered in a layer of ice. It was as though he had turned into a giant ice statue. Wisps of cold air emanated from his body. Not good. Isaiah was shocked. He could no longer care about Han Shua, who was being absorbed by the soul sphere, and hurriedly flew into the sky. Miller's expression changed as well. Knowing that something was wrong, he charged at Regis, shouting, "Sallis, you're courting death!" Hee. Sokka's strange laughter rang out. It was a sinister and proud laugh. Suddenly, Wasis, who had been coughing up blood, turned around and tilted his body slightly, revealing Sallis. A giant icicle appeared out of nowhere, stabbing into the frozen Regis. At the same time, Sallis attacked, and a huge bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking Regis's head. Crack! Crack! Crisp, cracking sounds came from Regis's bones, and blood spurted out from the joints of his hands and feet. When the ice on his body shattered, Regis's eyes had lost their color, and 2 streams of blood flowed down his neck and into his chest. Regis had lost all ability to fight with that one strike. "Sallis, you're tired of living." Isaiah howled as the power of the earth poured into his arm. In an instant, his arm became 5,000 kilograms heavier, giving off the feeling of a mountain. "Who's tired of living? You'll know soon enough." Sallis sneered. He glanced at Wasis, who was wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. "Who should I do first?" "Miller," Wasis said coldly. Without hesitation, Sallis and Wasis flew out at the same time, heading straight for Miller. Miller trained in the wind element and was more agile than the other 2 when it came to dodging and attacking. While he was a second slower than Isaiah, he was actually closer to Sallis. Despicable bastards, how could you win without sneak attacks? Miller's expression was dark, and he slowed down after saying that. He didn't rashly clash with Wasis and Isaiah first. Evidently, Regis's injury was the result of Wasis and Isaiah's sinister plan. Without their sneak attack, Regis wouldn't have lost his ability to fight so easily. As far as Miller was concerned, now that he understood the 2 sinister intentions, he wouldn't let them take advantage of him again. However, there were times when accidents would happen. Miller would never have guessed that the plan against the 3 of them was actually one after another, interlocking with each other. Crack! Crack! Below Millet, a corner of the secret chamber that was filled with multicolored light and was as hard as iron and stone was suddenly torn. A compass sparkling with starlight and a mysterious power as vast as the Milky Way suddenly enveloped him. In that instant, Miller's soul seemed to sink into the depths of the mysterious compass, and he immediately lost control of his limbs. Not good. Miller subconsciously sensed that something was wrong. He could feel his soul sinking, as well as the threat from Wasis and Sallis. The wind element he'd painstakingly cultivated for so many years condensed at an extraordinary speed, forming layers of gray wind barriers that covered his body. A bone spear was thrown out from the secret chamber below. As soon as the bone spear was thrown out, all the elements of death in the valley trembled. It was as if the weakest elements of death in the world had been given life, dancing happily along with the trajectory of the bone spear. Asterisk splat. Asterisk the bone spear pierced through Miller's wind barriers, and in the blink of an eye it was gone. Miller was completely exposed in front of Sallis and Wasis. Dodge! Isaiah screamed, charging towards Miller as fast as he could. Suddenly, an evil, sinister, and ruthless energy was released from behind Isaiah. Shocked, Isaiah didn't have time to save Miller, and hurriedly turned around. A blood-red palm filled with murderous intent pressed down, the power of a mountain flood bursting out. The evil power sent Isaiah flying, and fresh blood rained down from his body. How is this possible? Isaiah couldn't help but fly into the distance, his face filled with shock and disbelief. In front of him was Han Shuo, a sinister smile on his face. On the other hand, the other Han Shuo was still imprisoned by the soul sphere on the ground beneath his feet. Ah! A scream that tore through the heavens came from Miller's mouth. At the same time, Miller's blood splattered across the sky, and he fell powerlessly to the ground. Suddenly, a slightly smaller hole suddenly split open in the secret room that contained the 5-colored divine light. 3 blood-red claws appeared out of thin air, grabbing at Regis, Isaiah, and Miller at the same time, grabbing them tightly and stuffing them into the hole. As soon as the 3 entered, the hole closed up and became as smooth as a mirror, not leaving a single crack behind. Done! Han Shuo grinned as he launched a sneak attack on Saint. A ray of black light shot out from his hand towards the glowing soul sphere. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the soul sphere exploded into pieces. Wisps of mysterious light dispersed from the sphere. Green light flashed in the eyes of the other Han Shuo. He opened his mouth and sucked in the wisps of mysterious light. The memories that he had devoured from his soul were all regained by him. Not a single bit less. The avatar smiled and turned into a faint silhouette that floated back into his main body, disappearing into his chest. Isaiah, Regis, and Miller. Hee, the 3 of you are now heroes of the God Hunter Alliance. He lowered his head to look at Little Skeleton, who walked out of the central chamber, and said, Since you want to take over the God Hunter Alliance, I will spare the lives of the 3 for now. When this war is over, we will have plenty of ways to make them submit. Thank you, Father. Little Skull was delighted. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the bone spear that had pierced through Miller's defenses. The crimson hand that had stuffed Isaiah, Regis, and Miller into the secret room suddenly transformed into strands of ki that flowed towards the sky annihilation formation that imprisoned Dhaka. Most of the ki in the spacious secret room flowed back into the various regions of Pandemonium, leaving only a small portion in the small stone room where the 3 were imprisoned. Thank you for your hard work. I didn't expect that you too would be so talented in this field. Even I almost believed you. Han Shuo said to Wazer and Salis after he was done with most of the business. Wasis had a strange look on his face, as if he was embarrassed by Han Shuo's praise. He pointed at Asura, who was still fighting Acer, and asked, What about him? He deserves to die more than anyone. Han Shuo's face turned cold. Chapter 968. At the center of the dozen or so stone pillars was a dense and cold mist. While Asura dealt with Acer's desperate attacks, he carefully observed the stone pillars around him, fearing that they would release more energy and obstruct his escape route. Asura felt extremely helpless. He really couldn't understand why he would suddenly fall into this area and why he would run into Acer. His plan against Han Shuo was completely useless now. He had no choice but to face Acer's desperate attacks. At the center of this strange formation, the strength of the 2 of them was restrained. Every time they fought with their lives on the line, the surrounding 10+ towering stone pillars would suddenly release strands of strange energy, causing their bodies to tense up, and they would usually be seized by the other party to suffer a strike. After a while, Asura and Acer, who were evenly matched, had more or less bloody wounds on their bodies. Half of their injuries were from their opponent's attacks, while the other half were from the bloody light that shot out from the stone pillars. Asura didn't want to continue fighting Acer. From the beginning, he had been trying to find a way out of the formation. Unfortunately, the formation was indeed miraculous, and Acer was relentless in his pursuit. He couldn't focus all his energy on that. Therefore, even though he wanted to leave, he couldn't do it. Acer, I don't want to fight with you anymore. Don't keep pestering me. Asura sent a ray of light into the ground. Another 2 earthen giants formed from the energy of the earth stood up and stood in front of Asura like a small hill. Asur, who was hidden in the boundless darkness, groaned. Asura, you are a sovereign of the fringe and have a very good relationship with the master of pandemonium, Brian. Once you leave this place, you will immediately ally with Brian to deal with me. Asura, do you really think I'm stupid? Asura smiled bitterly. He wanted to explain that he no longer had anything to do with Han Shoa, but he also felt that it wouldn't be appropriate to tell Asur about this before he could frame Han Shoa. Besides, he also felt that even if he said that he had betrayed Han Shoa, Asur wouldn't necessarily believe him. That was why Asura was hesitating. Seeing that Asura didn't say anything, Asur's attacks became even more ferocious. The surging dark energy was like his tentacles, waving towards Asura. He released all his energy in an attempt to injure Asura and then leave this place. It was at this moment that the ghostly images carved on the surrounding stone pillars seemed to come to life. Under the dense, dark energy, they suddenly started wailing and wailing. The shrill, ear-piercing sound was so terrifying that it made one shudder. Asura and Asur immediately sensed the changes in the stone pillars. Their expressions changed slightly. Since the start of the battle, although the surrounding stone pillars had been affecting them from time to time, the effects weren't particularly fierce. Therefore, the battle between the two could continue. The ghostly images suddenly howled and caused the stone pillars to erupt with an extremely cold and sinister energy. This energy made Asura and Asur feel a strong sense of threat. The two looked at each other and seemed to realize something at the same time. The two temporarily put some distance between themselves, not in a hurry to continue fighting. A tall figure gradually appeared behind one of the towering stone pillars. Suddenly, the power of the 17 towering stone pillars seemed to have found a point of convergence and surged towards the blurry figure. "Great, you're finally here!" Asura shouted in pleasant surprise. "It's great that you're all right. I was being chased by Isaiah and the others and was planning to retreat for a while. I didn't expect to fall into this place and run into Asur." Asura could sense that the newcomer was Han Shoa. Asur's expression changed and his heart went cold. He already had trouble dealing with Asura alone, and now he had to deal with the master of this place. He realized that he was in big trouble. As expected, the figure behind the stone pillar finally became clear. It was indeed Han Shoa. "Asura, are you all right?" Han Shoa immediately asked with a concerned look on his face. Asura was overjoyed. He didn't notice anything wrong with Han Shoa's attitude, so he naturally thought that his identity hadn't been exposed. "I'm fine. Haha, you're here at the right time. Let's work together to kill Asur." Asura said with a laugh after secretly heaving a sigh of relief. "That's exactly what I was thinking." Han Shoa readily agreed and immediately dashed towards Asur, who was hidden in the boundless darkness. The dozen or so stone pillars suddenly burst with blinding light. The blinding light was like a sharp weapon that could tear through anything. It actually tore apart the boundless darkness formed by Asur's domain of divinity, revealing Asur's figure. Asura felt even more delighted. He took a quick glance at Han Shoa, and a ferocious glint flashed across his eyes for a fleeting moment. "Here I come." Asura laughed heartily. His body flickered, and dust flew into the air. Earth divine energy instantly gathered on his body, making him as heavy as a mountain. Asura, who was walking towards Asur step by step, gave off a strong sense of oppression, as though a mountain was pressing down on one's head. Asur sighed inwardly at his bad luck. This time he was being attacked from both front and back. If he wasn't in the center of the formation, Asur could have taken the opportunity to escape. But Asur, who had been trapped here for a long time, knew very well the wonders of this place. He knew that he wouldn't be able to escape in a short period of time. Seeing that Asura and Han Shoa were about to pincer him, Asur threw away all distracting thoughts and suddenly turned to face Han Shoa. Having fought with Asura for a long time, Aser had a certain level of understanding of Asora's strength. He believed that even if Asora's attack landed on him, he would be able to withstand it. However, the power Han Shuo displayed the moment he appeared was just too terrifying. Aser wasn't confident that he could handle Han Shuo's attack. Haha, Aser, you should have expected this day to come when you wanted to destroy my pandemonium. Han Shuo let out a long laugh before his body flickered and suddenly disappeared. Aser suddenly discovered that his divine soul could no longer sense Han Shuo's existence. This was no small matter, and he immediately panicked. He gave up on all his attacks, gathering layers of darkness to wrap himself up tightly. Asterisk bam. Asterisk, a muffled sound suddenly came from behind him. Immediately after, a shrill scream was heard. Brian, why? Why did you attack me? Asora cried out in pain. His body was drenched in blood. Aser, who had focused all his energy on defense, was stunned. He looked at the bleeding Asora and the sneering Han Shuo in confusion, not understanding what was going on. Asterisk crack. Crack. Asterisk, a bizarre energy was roaming around Asora's body. His body kept producing crisp and clear cracking sounds. Soon after, even more blood flowed out from Asora's mouth and nose. While dodging Han Shuo's attacks, Asora roared in anger as though he had been wronged. Asora, I've always respected you as a guide. It was you who didn't know how to appreciate it. Han Shuo said coldly, his eyes as cold as ice. Since you dared to bring Isaiah, Regis, and Miller to my pandemonium, you should have known that this day would come sooner or later. Hee. What I just did is what you've always wanted to do, right? You know everything? At this point, Asora realized that Han Shuo had seen through the entire incident. Han Shuo nodded and said coldly, Don't expect Isaiah and the others to save you. They can't even protect themselves. Impossible. Asora shrieked in disbelief. His injuries had caused him to lose his composure. Isaiah, Regis, and Miller are 3 people. I don't believe that you can subdue all 3 of them. It's impossible. There's nothing more to say. Han Shuo suddenly sighed and said, Asora, you've helped me before. I don't want to kill you with my own hands. Take your own life. Asora laughed maniacally and shouted, Take my own life? Brian, do you really think you're in control of the situation? Oh, am I wrong? Han Shuo frowned and shot a glance at Aser, who was getting restless. He then sneered at Asora. Are you talking about him? Do you think he can help you? As Han Shuo spoke, 2 silhouettes slowly appeared from behind the 2 pillars. They were Wasis and Salis. When Wasis and Salis appeared, Asora's face turned ashen. He laughed bitterly and said, Wasis, Salis, Brian, you really are vicious. I really can't imagine that you could not only hook up with Wasis, but also pull Salis to your side. Aser's expression also changed. He looked at Salis in disbelief and shouted, It's you! Why would you help him? Even though he wasn't from the Fringe, he knew that Salis and Han Shuo hated each other. Otherwise, he, Daka, and Dagmar wouldn't have allowed him to participate in the war against the Fringe. Now, these 2 enemies were standing together. This was too surprising for Aser. Didn't you already know that? Salis pretended to be surprised and mocked. Didn't you already know that it was me at the 3 mountains? Why are you so surprised now? Aser's body trembled when he heard that. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. It really was you. They had only framed Salis to find a scapegoat for their failure. They didn't really see Salis as a traitor. Haha, of course it was me. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have lost half of your men before you even entered the pandemonium. Salis laughed heartily. When he thought about how the 3 of them had targeted him as soon as he got into trouble and looked at him now, he felt extremely satisfied. Chapter 969. If he could do it all over again, Aser would have killed Salis at all costs. He would have never allowed the God Hunter Alliance to accept him. Unfortunately, there were some things in this world that you couldn't do anything about. When Salus and Salus appeared from the darkness, Aser knew that there was nothing he could do to Salus. Asura was already gravely injured. Even if he hadn't lost the ability to fight, he wouldn't be of much help to Han Shoa. Before Han Shoa arrived, Han Shoa and Asura had exhausted too much of his energy. He knew that he wouldn't be able to fight Han Shoa and the other two at their peak. His eyes were filled with the determination to fight to the death. Nothing else to say? Han Shoa shot a glance at Asura. He didn't want to waste any more time talking to him. Asura seemed to have realized that he was in a hopeless situation. As soon as he saw that Han Shoa was about to attack, Asura stomped on the ground and channeled his divine energy into the ground. A wall of earth suddenly rose up. At the same time, Asura took out a spatial scroll and tore through the void to escape. Han Shoa did not make a move. Instead, he looked at Asura's actions with a mocking smile. He watched as Asura gathered the earth energy to form a wall in front of him, took out a space scroll, and activated the energy contained in it. A dazzling radiance appeared on the spatial scroll for a moment, but only for a moment. Shortly after, the radiance faded and the spatial scroll returned to its original state. This is... Asura was in complete despair. His eyes were filled with lifelessness. In my pandemonium Tanai, no one can come and go as they please, said Han Shoa with a grin. He finally attacked Asura himself. Wasis and Salus exchanged glances and surrounded Aser smilingly. A battle without any suspense suddenly unfolded. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk at the same time, in the center of another formation. Dagmar stood still as the dark clouds around him dimmed. Strands of strange light transformed into gigantic monsters that danced around him. Dagmar's eyes were grayish-white, and many bloody figures could be seen in his pupils. They were familiar figures with rotten bodies that seemed to have walked out of the yellow springs of hell. They madly pounced at him and stretched out their rotten hands, which were dripping with pus, to pull and entangle him. All kinds of scenes appeared in Dagmar's mind. He seemed to understand that all of this was an illusion, but he felt it to be incomparably real. If he couldn't break the obsession in his heart, he wouldn't be able to walk out of it. After an unknown amount of time, Dagmar's mind gradually recovered. Relying on the madness he had gained from years of slaughter, he abandoned all restraints in his heart and used the death energy in his body to form a death scythe to cut through all the illusions. Suddenly, a familiar figure holding a bone spear slowly walked out of the thick smoke. The corner of Dagmar's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer, thinking that it was just another illusion. With that thought in mind, the death scythe that had yet to dissipate shook once more and slashed at the figure that had suddenly appeared. Something strange happened. Halfway through, the death scythe suddenly went out of his control. All the death energy became chaotic and could no longer support the scythe. Not only that, but in an instant, all the death energy in the area was no longer under Dagmar's control and surged into the body of the thin figure that had just appeared. All of a sudden, Dagmar realized that he had lost the ability to attract the death energy. It wasn't an illusion. His heart chilled. Dagmar shouted, "Han Hao, is it really you?" Han Hao, who was slowly approaching with his bone spear in hand, had a strange glow flash through his eyes. One after another, bizarre runes flashed across his pupils. The bone spear in his hand suddenly burst out with an irresistible energy of death. The purest energy of death from the quintessence shard faintly affected Dagmar, making him want to kneel before Han Hao uncontrollably. "Dagmar, you are no longer my opponent. As long as you swear allegiance to me and open your divine soul to me without reservation, I will spare you," Han Hao said indifferently as he stared at Dagmar. "Ha!" Dagmar laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. He pointed at Han Hao and said, "You want me to bow down to you? Ha ha! What ability do you have to make me bow down to you? Han Hao, remember, you are my subordinate and always have been. If you want to seize power, you need to see if you have the strength to do so." Back in the Death Dominion, Han Hao had followed Dagmar for more than 50 years. Now, Han Hao had threatened to make Dagmar submit to him. For someone who had stood at the top for so many years, this was absolutely unacceptable. Han Hao sized up Dagmar and pondered for a moment before nodding. He said indifferently, "Let me show you." Strange inscriptions emerged from the bone spear and slowly floated to Dagmar's side. Dagmar wanted to fight with his life on the line, but he suddenly discovered that the death energy in his body was being suppressed by the inscriptions. He couldn't even exert 10% of his strength. Why didn't you have the quintessence shard on you the last time we were in the Omphalos? Dagmar shouted in dissatisfaction. He could feel that the inscriptions floating out from the bone spear came from the quintessence shard. Compared to before, the power of the quintessence shard was even more unfathomable and evil. Originally, he still had the strength to resist against Han Hao, and Han Hao couldn't really do anything to him. However, when he fought against Han Hao again, he instinctively felt a sense of powerlessness and defeat. The death energy that he had painstakingly cultivated for millions of years seemed to have left him and was completely useless. Dagmar understood that Han Hao should have truly fused with the quintessence shard today. He knew very well what this meant. From now on, no one could be his match in terms of death energy except for the quintessence over God Nestet. Dagmar, submit to me. As long as you are willing to submit to me, I won't touch a hair on your head. Han Hao said coldly as he looked at the dejected Dagmar. I'd rather die than submit to you. Dagmar roared. The remaining death energy in his body suddenly burst out, destroying his bones, heart, and lungs in an instant. His divine soul flashed, and a strange fluctuation rippled out, turning into wisps of dark light and dissipating. Dagmar understood that this time he couldn't even bring himself to destroy Han Hao, who had fused with the quintessence shard, even though he was also a cultivator of death energy. Before he could bombard Han Hao with his death energy, it would automatically dissipate under the influence of the quintessence shard. Dagmar was a proud man. Even though he knew that he could escape if he lowered his head, he still didn't agree. As a former commander of Han Hao, he couldn't lower his head to Han Hao. Moreover, he wasn't a match for Han Hao, so he could only beg for death. As soon as Dagmar's divine soul rippled, Han Hao knew that Dagmar had completely disappeared from the world. He didn't understand why Dagmar would rather die than submit to him. Staring blankly at Dagmar's corpse, Han Hao's eyes sparkled. After a long while, he condensed a ball of ghost fire from his demonic arts and wrapped it around Dagmar's corpse, burning it to ashes. Dagmar was an overgod. Even in death, his divine body was still very useful. His bones could be refined into the most powerful bone spears and bone spikes. His skull and brain could be refined into some evil divine weapons. Even his skin could be of great use. But for some reason, Han Hao didn't use Dagmar's corpse to make a fuss. Instead, he didn't hesitate to use his own power to slowly cremate Dagmar's corpse with ghost fire. He didn't stop until Dagmar's corpse was truly reduced to ashes. A simple white bone ring fell to the ground. After hesitating for a moment, Han Hao took a step forward and picked up the strange bone ring. The divine energy of death in his body flashed inside the bone ring, and a huge bone throne suddenly appeared out of thin air. Han Hao was taken aback. He pondered for a moment before slowly sitting down on the bone throne. With a thought, he sent a strand of death divine energy into the bone throne. The bone throne automatically flew out and moved according to his will. A strange energy ripple came from the bone throne and slowly formed a strange tacit understanding with Han Hao's soul. After Han Hao's pure death energy entered the bone throne in Dagmar's hands became even more terrifying. It seemed that Han Hao's energy had caused some sort of change to the bone throne. Sitting on the bone throne, Han Hao suddenly felt as if the bone throne had become a part of his body. Just like the 7 bone spurs on his back, they had a strange connection with him. With that thought in mind, Han Hao got off the bone throne and stood on the ground, looking up at the bone throne floating in midair. With a thought, the bone throne moved to the side with a whoosh. A strange light flashed in Han Hao's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a happy smile. He happily played with the bone throne he had just obtained. The bone throne floated in midair in accordance with his will, and its speed actually grew faster and faster. After playing for a while, Han Hao leaped onto the bone throne and sat down. He projected his death divine energy into the bone throne, and the bone throne suddenly seemed to come to life. The ferocious white bones began to spin and dance like blades. At a glance, Han Hao, who was sitting in the center of the bone throne, seemed to have transformed into a huge bone monster, nimbly performing many attacks. Han Hao wasn't in a hurry to leave. He indulged in the pleasure of controlling the bone throne. He had a vague feeling that the bone throne wasn't Dagmar's, because he hadn't been able to bring out the true power of the bone throne when it was in Dagmar's hands. The energy in his body seemed to have triggered some kind of restriction in the center of the bone throne. In his hands, the bone throne suddenly had many miraculous uses. Chapter 970. Inside the Sky Annihilation Formation, Daka was extremely frustrated. Under the restraint of all sorts of energies, he had already used up 30% of his divine energy. Daka was furious, but he couldn't do anything about the Sky Annihilation Formation's restrictive power. He couldn't break free from it, and he had to carefully deal with the unpredictable attacks at all times. There was nothing he could do about it. After an unknown period of time, the strange power that filled the Sky Absolute Array seemed to be affected by some kind of power and gradually weakened. Daka was delighted. Seizing this rare opportunity, he condensed all his destruction energy into a spear and pierced through the Sky Annihilation Formation's bindings to escape. Outside, Judas put away a cross with a smile on his face. He looked at Daka and said, "What's wrong? Even you are trapped?" Daka's eyes glinted as he stared at the cross in Judas's hand. "That's one of the 4 over-god weapons, forged by the god of light back then." Judas was stunned. He didn't expect Daka to know about it too. He nodded with a smile and said, "That's right. The Holy Grail, the olive branch, the cross, and the angel statue. The god of light once forged these 4 over-god weapons. The olive branch is in Jar's hands, and the cross is with me. Haha, if it wasn't for this over-god weapon forged by the god of light himself, even I wouldn't have been able to get you out of there." Daka was stunned. He shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "You actually managed to escape the god of light with the cross in your hands. Judas, you really are something." "You flatter me." Gandalf humbly made a gesture of etiquette, bent his body, looked up at the sky and said, "Praise the god of light. Your magnanimity shines on the whole earth." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk in another formation. Han Shuo, who was chasing after Asura, suddenly jolted. His rapidly moving body came to a halt. Han Shuo, who had a miraculous connection with the demonic formations in Pandemonium, immediately sensed the change in the Sky Annihilation Formation. The sudden appearance of energy immediately affected the Yuan Qi of the formation, allowing Daka to break free. At the same time, he sensed another chilling aura. He immediately realized that more enemies were approaching. Before Han Shuo could make a move, Tuckamore, the hegemon of water, suddenly appeared. He looked at the situation and smirked. "Interesting. I didn't expect Pandemonium to have the upper hand." Acer, who was being attacked by Wasis and Salis, immediately broke free from their encirclement the moment Tuckamore appeared. He rushed to Tuckamore's side and said, "The Pandemonium is much more troublesome than we thought. We have to work together to destroy it." Tuckamore nodded and said in a cold voice, "I didn't expect that the place with the strongest defense in the fringe isn't Tyre or Logue, but this obscure Pandemonium." When Asura saw Tuckamore and Acer huddled together, he tried to get closer to them as well. Han Shuo's face turned gloomy, but he did not stop Asura. It was at this moment that the dozen or so stone pillars around Han Shuo abruptly shattered. The energy maintaining the formation had suddenly disappeared. Daka and Judas also slowly appeared. The moment they appeared, their gazes locked onto Han Shuo. They glared at Han Shuo as though they were afraid that Han Shuo would make a sudden move. "I didn't expect that you would come to Pandemonium." Han Shuo looked at Tuckamore, then at Judas, the most mysterious member of the God Hunter Alliance, and asked in a deep voice, "Where's Logue? Is Audiobook done for?" Judas wore an ancient white robe and had a benevolent look on his face. He didn't look like a hegemon whose hands were stained with blood at all. Judas looked at Han Shuo smilingly and said, "Indeed, Audiobook is done for, but that Logue is as cunning as a fox. He managed to escape first." "Where's Tyre?" Han Shuo asked after thinking for a moment. Han Shuo wasn't surprised that Logue could escape. Given Logue's despicable personality, he wouldn't care about the lives of his subordinates if he was in danger. After all, Audiobook was a place he had set up for many years. It wouldn't be difficult for him to escape from there. Now that Judas and Tuckamore had appeared in Pandemonium instead of Tyre, it seemed that the battle there had ended. This surprised Han Shuo, which was why he couldn't help but ask. Judas hesitated for a moment before he put on a strange expression and said, "Tyre has disappeared and his subordinates are nowhere to be found." When Belinton and Kaz arrived at the Temple of Destruction, they didn't find a single god, nor did they find any trace of Tyre nearby. Thus, Belinton and Kaz came as well. Han Shuo knew that Belinton and Kaz were hegemons of fire and life god hunters who had gone to Tyre's side. The Shrine of Destruction was Tyre's headquarters in the Fringe. From what Judas said, it seemed that Belinton and Kaz didn't manage to obtain any useful information from the Shrine of Destruction. Although the Fringe was vast, there were only 5 truly powerful forces: Tyre, Logue, Asura, Wasis, and Han Shuo's Pandemonium. With Tyre missing, Logue on the run, and Asura and Wasis in Pandemonium, Pandemonium had become the last place the God Hunter Alliance needed to eliminate. Therefore, all the God Hunter leaders decided to regroup in Pandemonium. Han Shuo's heart sank when he heard Judas' words. He knew that Tyre and Logue either couldn't withstand the enemy's attack, or they had some kind of trick up their sleeves. However, he didn't expect that the two would flee so decisively that they didn't even buy him any time. According to Han Shuo's plan, he was going to take out the God Hunter hegemons in batches. Now that the hegemons of space and fate who had gone to Glacial Peak were trapped in a spatial rift, they probably wouldn't be able to return to Elysium for the next few thousand years. Regis, Isaiah, and Miller were injured and sealed in the stone chamber below. Daka, Dagmar, and Acer could have taken care of them right away. With just a little more time, Han Shuo could have taken care of everything and waited for Judas and the others to come to their deaths. However, something unexpected happened. Judas, Tuckamore, and the others arrived at Pandemonium ahead of time. Not only did they rescue Daka, but they also freed Regis and the other 2 from the stone chamber. As if he could guess what Han Shuo was thinking, Judas, who cultivated in the energy of light, smiled and nodded. "Just as you thought, Belinton and Kaz have gone to the stone chamber where Regis and the other 2 are imprisoned. They should be making their move now. It won't be long before the 3 of them come out." As soon as Judas finished speaking, Han Shuo's heart skipped a beat. He had already sensed a powerful energy fluctuation coming from the stone room that imprisoned Regis and the others. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before that place was destroyed. Han Shuo's face darkened as he thought to himself, "Man proposes, God disposes. Sometimes accidents will always spoil the plans." As long as Judas and Tuckamore were late by a day, Han Shuo would have been able to kill Asura, Acer, and Daka, as well as imprison the powers of Regis and the other 2. By then, even if Tuckamore, Judas, Belinton, and Kaz were to come, Han Shuo, Wasis, Salis, Han Hao, and Andrina, in addition to the unique terrain of Pandemonium, Han Shuo was confident that they would be able to force Tuckamore and the others to return empty-handed. They might even leave 1 or 2 of them in Tanai. However, things had already spiraled out of Han Shuo's control. If they were to engage in battle, Han Shuo didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. At that moment, A white bone throne floated over from afar and appeared beside Han Shuo. At the center of the throne sat the little skull, Han Hao. He blinked as he looked around. Without saying a word, Han Hao walked to Han Shuo's side and said, "Dagmar is dead." Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. Judas glanced at the cold Daka and the shocked Asser and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I didn't expect Dagmar to be so weak. He was actually killed by one of his subordinates. It seems that I've overestimated him." Han Shuo felt a little more comforted. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind before he suddenly said, "It seems that this battle is inevitable. If we can kill one or two of you before you meet up with Belinton and Cause, we might still be able to survive." Daka sneered and said, "You sure have guts. Don't think that I don't know how Han Hao could kill Dagmar." "Humph. Even if he could kill Dagmar, he wouldn't be a match for any of us." He glanced at Wasis and Salis. When he looked at Salis, the hatred in his eyes was undisguised. "The two of them, and you wouldn't even be able to protect themselves against me, Judas, Tuckamore, and Asser, let alone kill one or two of us in a short time." Judas waved his hand to stop Daka's sarcasm and looked at Han Shuo with a smile. "Hand over the pandemonium and the energy you cultivate, and I will allow your divine soul and your wife to leave. However, Salis and Wasis must stay." From Judas' point of view, there was no longer any suspense in this battle against the Fringe. Everything was within his grasp. Allowing Han Shuo's divine soul to leave was already magnanimous enough. As long as Han Shuo spent 1,000 years, he would be able to cultivate back to his current realm and the Han family would be safe. "Brian, this proposal is acceptable." To Han Shuo's surprise, the ice-cold Wazer suddenly spoke. His face was emotionless, as though he did not hear Judas' last sentence and did not care about his own life or death. Chapter 971. No matter how they looked at it, the Han family wouldn't be able to win this battle. It wasn't that Pandemonium's defenses weren't tight enough, nor was it that Han Shuo wasn't strong enough. It was just that the Han family was too powerful, far more powerful than they had expected. They had no hope of winning at all. Judas's suggestion sounded like a good one. At the very least, it would ensure that the Han family wouldn't be wiped out and that Han Shuo's divine soul wouldn't be destroyed. Wasis's sudden reaction was completely out of Han Shuo's expectations. He looked at Wasis in a daze and didn't say anything, but he felt a little touched. At such a critical moment, Wasis was willing to sacrifice himself. This was something that Han Shuo was very surprised by. The other sovereign, Salis, smiled bitterly. He wasn't willing to sacrifice his life like Wasis, but he didn't beg Judas and Daka for mercy either. Salis knew better than anyone how vengeful the God Hunter Alliance was. He knew that even if Judas and Daka could spare Wasis, they wouldn't spare him. After all, he was a traitor to the God Hunter Alliance. "Brian, think about it," Judas said with a smile. "I'm different from Isaiah and the others. I won't plot against you behind your back. As long as you're willing to tell me the secret of Pandemonium, I can guarantee that your divine soul will be able to leave this place safely." "Judas," Daka frowned. "Han, Hao isn't one of the Han family. Others can leave this place alive, but not Han Hao. You saw how he killed Dagmar. We have to give Dagmar's subordinates an explanation." Judas stared blankly at the little skull, Han Hao, and hesitated for a moment before nodding. The way Judas and Daka saw it, it was as if Han Shuo would definitely agree to their conditions. Before Han Shuo could agree, they had already started discussing the details. Han Shuo's face was gloomy and uncertain. His eyes swept across the group as if he was making a difficult choice. After a while, Han Shuo suddenly sighed and said to the unruffled Judas and Daka, "I've never submitted to anyone since I started my journey. It didn't happen before, and it won't happen this time." Daka's expression turned cold as he laughed. "Then you're the one courting death. Brian, you should reconsider. We have experts on our side who specialize in soul power. Once we kill you, the secrets in your soul will still belong to us. Why do you have to do this?" Gandalf persuaded. I'm a person who likes to do things, even though I know I can't do them," Han Shuo said word by word. Gandalf nodded and looked at Daka and Tuckamore with a bitter smile. "It seems that we'll have to spend some more time. There's no helping it. If we want things to go smoothly, we'll have to put in more effort." "That's great. My original plan was to wipe out the entire house of Han," Daka said with a sinister smile. He glanced at the injured Asura and asked, "Asura, what about you? What do you plan to do?" "Haha, you've seen it for yourself. That fellow turned his back on us, so of course I'll be on your side." After a while, Asura's injuries had somewhat stabilized. He shot a glance at Han, how he was sitting on his bone throne, and volunteered, "Let me help you get rid of the little one. After all, I am still injured." Then it settled. Judas made the final decision and gestured to Daka. The two of them suddenly attacked Han Shuo. Tuckamore and Asser didn't stay idle after Judas and Daka made their move. They charged at Wasis and Salis respectively. The battle that had just ended was about to begin once again. But this time it wasn't Han Shuo and the other two who had the upper hand. The cross in Gandalf's hand carried an incomparably holy aura as holy light blossomed from the center of the cross. The purest and most sacred energy of light enveloped Han Shuo, causing him to feel uncomfortable all over. Daka, who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction, gradually regained his strength after leaving the Sky Annihilation Formation. A spear emanating an intense aura of destruction appeared in his hand. The intent of destruction at the tip of the spear was extremely terrifying. Before the spear even reached Han Shuo, he felt a sense of helplessness and defeat. In an instant, Han Shuo's state of mind immediately calmed down. All the difficulties and obstacles were temporarily thrown out of Han Shuo's mind. His eyes regained their usual calm. With a wave of his hand, the cauldron of myriad demon flew over from the formation's core. The enormous key that had been circulating the Sky Annihilation Formation all along surged towards the cauldron like a river. With a thought, the 17 flying swords flew out from his back and formed the Godslayer slash in midair. The massive Godslayer slash came crashing down from the heavens at Daka. Daka's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Han Shuo to possess such terrifying strength. The power of the 17 flying swords was so ferocious that even Daka had no choice but to temporarily stop attacking Han Shuo. He pointed the spear in his hand at the descending deicide slash and used all his strength to defend against it. The cauldron of myriad demon whistled through the air. Thousands of demon generals coiled around the cauldron like the tentacles of a gigantic monster, extending in all directions. The key of heaven and earth that the pandemonium had gathered for many years flowed into the cauldron of myriad demon, boosting its power. The cauldron erupted with extraordinary power in an instant. The sinister energy flowed through the cauldron like flowing water, making it look like an ink-black cloud that came crashing down. Incredible! Judas cried out in surprise. He could feel that even the cross in his hand that could dispel evil was being suppressed by the cauldron of myriad demon. As the ink-black cloud came crashing down, the holy light on the cross in his hand actually dimmed. This was an over-god artifact crafted by the god of light, but it wasn't as powerful as the cauldron of myriad demon. After Judas cried out, he didn't even look at Han Shuo and focused all his attention on the cross in his hand. The power of the God of Light in his body flowed into the cross, causing its holy light to gradually become visible. However, it was still far from the terrifying pressure coming from the cauldron of myriad demon. The cross was only one of the 4 divine artifacts crafted by the God of Light for the 3 keepers of light. It wasn't an over-god artifact of light, but the cauldron of myriad demon was an ultimate treasure of the demonic arts that the exalted demon lord cultivated with his life. In another universe, it was without a doubt the number 1 evil treasure of the demonic arts. When the two were compared, the difference was obvious. The cauldron of myriad demon had never been able to play its role before because all the demon generals in the cauldron had been annihilated during the battle with the exalted demon lord. However, After such a long period of collecting demon generals, the number and quality of the demon generals in the cauldron had begun to recover. Although it wasn't as powerful as when the exalted demon lord was in possession of it, it was still far more powerful than an ordinary divine artifact. Under the power of the hundreds and thousands of demon generals in the cauldron of myriad demon, an ink-black energy came crashing down from the sky and slammed into Judas. The cross in his hand flickered with holy light, but the holy energy was completely suppressed. The cross that usually repelled all evil seemed to have met its nemesis. Not only could it not continue to release its holy aura, but even the cross seemed to be corroded by the evil energy of the cauldron of myriad demon, becoming unstable. Judas turned pale with fright. He didn't expect the cross, which had always been successful, to be so weak against the cauldron of myriad demon in Han Shua's hand. It didn't bring him the desired result at all. Radiant body of holy light! Judas shouted. His ragged clothes made him look holy and inviolable. Blinding holy light burst out of his body like a blazing sun. The holy light dispersed everything in its path. Some of the demon generals on the cauldron of myriad demon that were the first to approach were instantly annihilated. All of a sudden, the demon generals on the cauldron of myriad demon returned to the cauldron, and all the darkness was gone. Only the cauldron of myriad demon remained in its original form. It swayed as it descended. Clang! The cauldron of myriad demons struck Judas, causing him to stumble a few steps back. He cried out in surprise again, amazing! Unbeknownst to Han Shua, the golden armor had covered Judas' entire body, including his head. Only a pair of astonished eyes could be seen through the armor. Holy Oromor armor! Exclaimed Han Shua. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he looked at Judas. He couldn't understand why a hegemon of the god hunters would be a cultivator of the energy of light who could wield holy Orum armor. Legend had it that only the most devout believers of the god of light could use a soul imprint bestowed by the god of light to form holy Oromor armor with the power of faith of 1 billion believers. The wearer of holy Oromor armor would be shrouded in holy light and the power of faith, allowing them to resist the invasion and corrosion of all evil forces. Han Shua was filled with questions when he saw Judas take out holy Oromor armor. He even started to wonder if Judas was really one of the hegemons of the God Hunter Order. That's amazing, said Judas after regaining his footing. Even after he took out holy Oromor armor, he was still struck by the cauldron of myriad demons' power. He was dizzy and saw stars, causing him to stumble. Judas was truly amazed by such power. He looked at the cauldron of myriad demon with eyes full of excitement. Daka, you guys can split the pandemonium among yourselves. Haha, I want this little thing, said Judas happily as he stared at the cauldron of myriad demon that was charging at him again. He seemed to have found what he needed. You cultivate in the energy of light. Why would you want an evil divine weapon? Daka finally managed to break through the deicide slash formed by the 17 flying swords. When he heard what Judas said, he couldn't help but yell, "The pandemonium is yours, but I'm taking whatever he has." Judas glanced at Daka with a look of disdain, but he smiled and said, "It belongs to whoever gets it first." With that, Judas' body glowed brightly as he laughed heartily and charged at the cauldron of myriad demon. Chapter 972. The fact that Judas, who was wearing holy Orum armor, dared to clash head-on with the cauldron of myriad demon after being struck by the cauldron of myriad demon once more was enough to prove his absolute confidence in himself. He held a cross in one hand. Under the effects of the holy Orum armor, the holy light on the cross, which was crafted by the God of Light, shone even brighter than before. With the cross and the holy Orum armor, Judas looked like the embodiment of the God of Light. The holy energy radiating from him was so dazzling that it was impossible to associate him with the hegemon of the God Hunter Alliance. Han Shua felt immense pressure from Judas' holy energy. He had no choice but to channel a portion of his energy into the cauldron of myriad demon to help the cauldron withstand Judas, holy energy. All this while Han Shua had thought that Daka was the strongest expert in the God Hunter Alliance. But after witnessing Judas' holy energy, Han Shua realized that the traitor of the God of Light was even more terrifying than Daka. He was without a doubt the strongest expert in the God Hunter Alliance. The 17 flying swords formed the Avicii God-slaying sword formation and formed another deicide slash. They locked onto Daka, forcing him to use his full strength to deal with the threat from the 17 flying swords. On the other side, Han Shua had diverted a portion of his energy to the cauldron of myriad demon. With Han Shua's demonic yuan, the cauldron of myriad demon released waves of terrifying pressure that struck Judas in his holy Aurum armor, causing him to feel dizzy and see stars. Haha, it's even stronger. Judas laughed heartily and seemed even more excited. Gandalf's entire body was covered in golden armor. The holy gold armor, formed from the power of faith of 1 billion believers, was indeed extraordinary. Even the cauldron of myriad demons, 2 attacks failed to shatter the armor. The divine light condensed from the power of faith was as dazzling as the sun, as if it could really resist the corrosion of all evil. Han, how, you're no match for me. Asura sneered. The energy of the earth surged in his body. He seemed to have turned into a towering mountain. Every strike he made would bring immense pressure to the onlookers. Han, how the little skull, was having a hard time resisting Asura's power. But he still sat at the center of Dagmar's bone throne. It was as though he had fused with the bone throne, and the bone throne had become a part of his body. The intense energy of death flowed unimpeded through the bone throne, turning the bone throne into a gigantic and agile monster. With a single thought, the bone throne could charge at Asura with bared fangs and brandished claws, or it could shrink into a ball and wrap around Han how to defend him from Asura's attacks. The bone throne could be used both offensively and defensively. In Han Hao's hands, the bone spear in Han Hao's hand flashed from time to time, forcing Asura to retreat in fear. It seemed that little skeleton was able to render Asura helpless with just the bone throne. He was unable to truly harm Asura. However, just like how Asura couldn't really hurt Han Hao, Little Skull also couldn't knock Asura off his horse. After all, Asura was not a cultivator of the energy of death. Therefore, he was not affected by the quintessence shard. The energy of earth was also known for its defensive power. Layers of divine earth energy flowed around Asura's body and formed an armor of earth that covered his entire body. The little skull was at his wit's end. If it wasn't for the fact that Asura cultivated in the energy of earth that was known for its defensive power, he would have collapsed to the ground after taking on Han Shua's attacks. You can't kill me either. At the center of the bone throne, Little Skull, Han Hao wore a cold face. He wasn't affected in the slightest by Asura's words. Asura still had some injuries on his body and could not exert the full power of earth energy. Faced with a divine weapon like the White Bone Throne, Asura was at a loss as to what to do. He could not truly harm Han Hao, who was sitting at the center of the White Bone Throne. Han Shua, who was fighting Daka and Judas on his own, glanced at Asura and Han Hao. Seeing that Han Hao would be fine for the time being, he felt a little relieved. He then focused all his attention on Judas and Daka. Do you really think that you have everything under control? Han Shua let out a long howl when he heard this. All of a sudden, 2 identical copies of Han Shua flew out from the cauldron of myriad demon. The 2 Han Shua carried the cauldron of myriad demon on its left and right, unleashing the energy of death and destruction to form 2 domains of divinity that rapidly fused together. The 2 avatars of Han Shua's had both reached late-stage high god realm and were only 1 step away from the realm of over-god. The 2 avatars of Han Shua had absorbed the divine energy and souls of several high gods of death and destruction. They had fused with their divine energy and soul memories and had reached an unfathomable realm. The consciousness of the main soul changed. The three souls came to a tacit agreement, and their soul undulations gradually fused together. Suddenly, the two domains of divinity of death and destruction transformed into a strange domain of divinity that had never been seen before. With the cauldron of myriad demon as the center, it covered the entire region. With the cauldron of myriad demon at the center, the energy of death and destruction intertwined. The new domain of divinity was extremely domineering and started repelling all elemental energy the moment it appeared. Daka, who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction, suddenly realized that he, as an overgod, was finding it difficult to grasp the essence of the Edict of Destruction in this new domain of divinity. The element of death gushed in from all directions. The strange orbs of destruction hung in the air like the fruits of a towering tree. They were rolling and releasing a strong energy of destruction. Daka looked up and was shocked to discover that not only did the orbs of destruction contain the energy of death, but the orbs also contained the essence of the Edict of Destruction. A minor god cultivating in the Edict of Destruction might be able to create a new domain of destruction just by looking up at the orbs, improving his strength and realm. Gandalf, who was in the new domain of divinity, immediately noticed that the holy light of the golden holy armor on his body had suddenly dimmed. In this new domain of divinity, formed by the fusion of the two evil forces of death and destruction, his armor and cross that could dispel all evil were somewhat unable to withstand the power of the two forces. Two avatars that had yet to reach the level of an overgod. Yet the fusion of the death and destruction energies was so terrifying that it engulfed all the gods present and affected their powers. There was only one exception. Little Skull Han Hao, who possessed the quintessence shard of death, felt extremely uncomfortable in this new domain of divinity. The element of death that had fused with the energy of destruction was actually not affected by his quintessence shard, which surprised Little Skull greatly. Suddenly, somewhat uncontrollably, Little Skull Han Hao's body lit up and runes began to emerge from his body. An enormous phantom of a gravestone vaguely appeared in the void behind Little Skeleton. The appearance of the gravestone seemed to have affected the new domain of divinity. When the two energies collided, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the area. Chaotic energies shot out in all directions. The appearance of the gravestone was out of Little Skull's control, and the clash of the two energies was even more unexpected. Everything happened so quickly that he didn't even have time to react. Han Shuo was also stunned. He didn't expect that the new domain of divinity formed by his two avatars would actually clash with the quintessence shard of death in Han Hao's body due to the energy of death within it. Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. When the new domain of divinity collapsed, the element of death that was supporting the new domain of divinity involuntarily rushed towards Han Hao. The remaining energy of destruction could no longer be of much use and could no longer sustain the new domain of divinity. Ha ha ha, interesting. Father and son killing each other. Asura was pushed to a corner by the energy. When the two energies dissipated, Asura suddenly burst into laughter. Quintessence shard. That's a quintessence shard. Gandalf's face was solemn as he looked at Han Hao, who seemed to be at a loss and cried out in alarm. Tuckamore and Asura were aghast when they heard Judas' words. They looked at Han Hao in disbelief. Due to the clash between Han Shuo's new domain of divinity and Little Skull Han Hao's quintessence shard, the overgods who didn't know that Han Hao possessed the quintessence shard looked at him in astonishment. Salis and Wasis were equally shocked. It was only then that Asura and Wasis realized why Nestet would go to the Omphalos to ask Log some questions. It turned out that Nestet was looking for the quintessence shard. No wonder Nestet, the one and only god in the Death Dominion, would come to a small place like the Fringe. It was all because of the quintessence shard in Han Hao's body. We have to end the battle as soon as possible. It won't be long before Nestet returns. If we don't leave before Nestet returns, we might be killed by him. Daka said anxiously, Everyone knew that the Overgod of Death had a unique ability to sense the quintessence shard. It was fine if the Overgod didn't use the quintessence shard's power, but if Han Hao manifested the quintessence shard Nestet, he would definitely come. The so-called hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance might be able to strut around in front of others, but they knew that none of them would be a match for Nestet once Nestet showed up. As long as Nestet wanted to, he alone could wipe out all the demi-overgods in the fringe. Let's not waste any more time. Judas nodded and suddenly laughed. Hee, Regis, Isaiah, and Miller are all here. The battle can end now. As expected, 5 figures gradually appeared in the distance. Chapter 9:73. The imprisoned Regis, Isaiah, and Miller, as well as Bolinton and Cause, finally arrived at this moment. Isaiah and the other 2 had been injured by Han Shu'a and imprisoned in that special stone chamber. There was no way the 3 of them would be able to escape with their current strength. On one hand, the 3 of them were still injured, and on the other hand, the stone chamber prevented them from using their powers. However, Cause and Bolinton, who hailed from the dominions of life and fire, were unharmed. They were constantly bombarding the secret chamber with fire and life energy. Han Shu'a, who had gathered too much energy from the pandemonium and the Sky Annihilation Formation, had lowered the defenses of the stone chamber to its lowest point. Naturally, it couldn't withstand the attacks of the 2. Judas, Daka, and the others were already enough to render Han Shu'a and the others helpless. Now, with the addition of Regis, Isaiah, and Miller, as well as the uninjured Bolinton and Cause, the Han family was at the end of their rope. Just as Judas had said, this battle was about to come to an end. Surrounded by the hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance, Han Shu'a smiled bitterly and said to Wasis, Salas, and Little Skull Han Hao, "It seems that we've really been forced into a corner. Wasis, Salas, I've let you down this time. You're going to die with my Han family." After the hegemons arrived, they were in no hurry to attack. Instead, they gathered their energies from various domains to form layers of strange barriers that firmly sealed off the area. The energy of the eggshell-like barrier extended outwards, trapping Han Shu'a and the others within. Judas and the others were certain that Han Shu'a and the others were no match for the hegemons. To prevent them from escaping, Regis, Bolinton, and the others took action before they arrived, using their 5 elemental powers to form a defensive perimeter. Layers of barriers spread out, trapping Han Shu'a, Wasis, Salas, and Han Hao within. Within the layers of seals, the spatial edict became chaotic. Even an Overgod proficient in spatial edict wouldn't be able to escape. Han Shu'a laughed bitterly. Wasis and Salas sighed at the same time. They knew that they had suffered a crushing defeat and had no hope of leaving this place alive. "Father, we can try," Little Skull Han Hao transmitted into Han Shua's mind. When the message was transmitted to Han Shua, Little Skull Han Hao also turned his gaze to the white bone throne. Han Shua naturally understood Little Skull's intentions. As cultivators of demonic arts, they still had one last move they could use. Since they didn't belong to this universe, they shouldn't be bound by it. As long as the 2 of them used the power of demonic yuan and used the blood escape technique at the expense of serious injuries, it wasn't impossible to escape from this place. However, Han Shu'a, who was trapped in this place, felt rather dispirited. He felt that even if he and Little Skull escaped, the Han family wouldn't be able to escape death. Under such circumstances, Han Shu'a suddenly felt rather disheartened. Among them, Judas looked at Han Shu'a with a strange gaze. He first stopped the hegemons from acting strangely before smiling. "Brian, I'm still willing to give you a chance. As long as you tell me everything about Tanai and the power you cultivate, I can guarantee the safety of your Han family." "Judas," Daka barked, "what's the point? Now that things have come to this, the House of Han is doomed. Why are you still wasting time?" Daka wasn't the only one. All the other hegemons were displeased with Judas' decision to act on his own. Isaiah, Regis, and Miller, who had been injured and imprisoned by Han Shu'a, were even more indignant. Isaiah sneered. Judas, you don't have the final say in the God Hunter Alliance. The Han family must be destroyed today. Judas was rather taken aback. He glanced at the three with a chuckle. Do the three of you still have the right to speak? He then pointed at Daka and Asser. And the two of you, if Tuckamore and I hadn't come to save you, you would have been wiped out by the Han family. I'm sure you remember this favor, right? Isaiah and Daka's faces darkened upon hearing that. Judas was telling the truth. If it weren't for Judas and Cause, they probably wouldn't have been able to leave Pandemonium alive. Han Shua found it strange that Judas was still willing to give him this choice at a time like this. The situation was very clear. With just a wave of Judas' hand, the God Hunter hegemons would not be able to turn the situation around. Why would he do that? What do you think, Brian? Judas chuckled and asked again when he saw that the others weren't saying anything. At this point, Han Shua had no choice but to face the temptation of Judas' suggestion. His face darkened as he tried to think of a solution. Father, we're fine. We'll be leaving the Pandemonium soon. How are you and Big Brother doing? Han Mu suddenly transmitted a message to Han Shua, inquiring about his situation. Han Shua, whose heart had begun to waver, was overjoyed when he received Han Mu's message. However, he did not let it show on his face. He immediately communicated with Han Mu using his consciousness and asked about the situation on Han Mu's side. Soon enough, Han Shua learned that with Andrina's power and the 5 elite zombies' protection, they had easily escaped from Belinton and Cause. Thanks to the unique terrain of Pandemonium, they were out of danger. As all of Tanai's demon generals were gathered in the cauldron of Myriad Demon, in addition to the fact that Han Shua had used too much of the Yuan Qi of Pandemonium, Han Shua couldn't see through Tanai's condition like he usually could. Cause, who was adept in the energy of life, had concealed his and Belinton's life auras, making it impossible for Han Shua to know their condition. Therefore, Han Shua had been worried about the 5 elite zombies and the Han family. It was only when he learned from Han Mu that the members of the House of Han were safe and sound that Han Shua finally felt at ease. With his greatest burden lifted, Han Shua felt relieved and transmitted to Little Skull Han how, there's no need to use sanguine disassembly to escape. I still have one last trick up my sleeve. Little Skull Han how, who was sitting on his throne of bones, seemed stunned when he received Han Shua's message. He didn't know what other tricks Han Shua had up his sleeve. I'll say it again. I'm someone who likes to do things I know I can't do. Han Shua said arrogantly after a moment of silence. Judas shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed. Why bother? He then waved his hand and said, Since that's the case, I'm sure Brian still has something up his sleeve. Let's be careful. Daka, Isaiah, and the others had been waiting for Han Shua to say that. They didn't think that Han Shua had anything else up his sleeve, and they had long considered Han Shua to be a dead man. They looked at each other and cackled as they surrounded Han Shua. They spread out their domains of God and formed a small magnetic field to gather the energy they had cultivated. Brian, if you agree to their conditions, I won't blame you, Wasi suddenly said to Han Shua. Han Shua was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. What are you talking about? Either we die together or we walk out of here alive. I can't use my friend's life in exchange for my own feeble existence. Salas, whose eyes had been flickering a moment ago, glowed with a peculiar radiance after hearing those words. In a heroic manner he said, Brian, oh Brian, I, Salas, have not misjudged you. You are indeed different from despicable scum like Tyre and Logue. All right, let's fight together today. What's the harm in dying? Wasis was rather touched. He nodded and said coldly, Then let's fight. Even if we die, we'll drag someone down with us. As he spoke, Wasis glared at Regis and Miller, who were the closest to him. Regis and Miller, who were just about to attack Wasis, felt a chill run down their spines when they heard Wasis's words. After exchanging glances, the two of them suddenly slowed down. They looked as though they were facing a great enemy, taking every step with extreme caution. An over-god who was determined to die was terrifying. In this perilous place, Wasis and Salis were prepared to die. Once they started fighting, they wouldn't care about their own lives and might even use a suicidal move right from the start. Regis and Miller didn't want to lose their lives at the very last moment. Who knows if we'll die or not? Han Shuo roared. His voice seemed to have pierced through the layers of seals and barriers. Explosions could be heard from outside as the entire pandemonium shook violently. At the center of Tanai, the special stone chamber that imprisoned Regis and the other two shattered. Even the sky annihilation formation that had previously trapped Daka started to crack and change. The earth split apart, causing thick atmospheric energy to gush out uncontrollably. Beneath their feet, a huge fissure opened up. Isaiah and Asura, who specialized in earth energy, couldn't even sense the sudden change in the earth's energy. The two of them looked at the fissure beneath their feet in shock. They gathered the energy in their bodies and tried to seal the fissure. Daka's expression changed. He gestured to Asur, and the two of them landed on one of the fissures in the earth. Valentin, Kaz, Asura, Takamor, and the others also moved at the same time. They all stood at the fissures in the earth. They knew that Han Shuo had a son who had an unfathomable mastery of earth energy. If Han Shuo and the others were to use the fissures in the earth to escape, the God Hunter Alliance would lose all its face and become a laughing stock. Han Shuo laughed maniacally. His laughter seemed to have triggered some sort of restriction that caused the various regions of Pandemonium to tremble violently. Nobody knew what Han Shuo was up to. Chapter 974. The construction of Pandemonium had cost Han Shuo a lot of his blood, sweat, and tears. Tanai had too many secrets that outsiders didn't know about. Han Shuo had used up almost all the precious materials he had collected over the years. Han Shuo, whose strength had reached Skybreak realm, had absorbed a lot of experience from the cauldron of Myriad Demon and integrated it with his own understanding of demonic arts. He had developed a unique understanding of formations. Pandemonium was the pinnacle of Han Shuo's work to test his strength. There were some special places in Tanai that hadn't been used. There were some areas that even the 5 elite zombies didn't understand. All along, those areas had never been used or displayed any special effects. Everyone felt that those areas were useless. Only Han Shuo himself knew what he had left behind in those corners of Pandemonium. As soon as the changes occurred, the earth within the Pandemonium split apart. An enormous amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth gushed into the Pandemonium uncontrollably. Chilly winds blew, and sand and pebbles were sent flying. All of a sudden, the Pandemonium was like the harbinger of the end of the world. Judas, Daka, and the other so-called hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance were extremely sensitive to their surroundings. They immediately sensed the abnormality of the situation and moved towards the cracks in the ground in an attempt to stop Han Shuo and the others from escaping. Han Shuo, on the other hand, turned a blind eye to the actions of Daka and the others. His lips curled into an unfathomable smirk. Another ear-piercing howl rang out from Han Shuo's mouth. Everywhere the howl passed through, the Pandemonium underwent yet another shocking transformation. Vast amounts of yuan qi of heaven and earth surged towards the Pandemonium like a tidal wave. Dense killing intent gathered in the dark clouds and descended from the sky with crackling noises. The terrifying killing intent soared into the sky as though all the negative energies in the world had condensed into one, ready to destroy all life. At the same time, an earth-shattering ripple of energy emanated from Han Shuo's body. The cauldron of Myriad Demon, hovering in midair, glowed with a sinister light as hundreds of demon generals whizzed out of it. All of a sudden, they disappeared into the oppressive dark clouds of killing intent, making the terrifying pressure even stronger. Brian, don't play any tricks. As long as you tell us everything now, we can agree to Gandalf's proposal. Isaiah, who had previously threatened to destroy the Han family, suddenly snorted. Perhaps he was shocked by the changes in Pandemonium. Regis and Miller, the two hegemons who had been injured by Han Shuo, nodded in agreement. Daka and Acer's eyes flickered, but they weren't in a hurry to express their opinions. It was unknown if they agreed with Isaiah's words. Only Judas had a faint smile on his face. But when he heard Isaiah's words, Judas was clearly disdainful. He glanced at Isaiah, a mocking smile on his face. Wasis and Salas, who had been prepared to die, were shocked to see that Han Shuo seemed to have triggered some sort of restriction in Pandemonium, causing Tanai to undergo such an earth-shattering transformation. Now that there was hope for survival, the two instantly exploded with an intense desire to fight. They stood beside Han Shuo and seemed to be prepared to fight with their lives on the line. Han Hao, the little skull in the middle of the bone throne, was delighted. With a thought, he teleported to Han Shuo's side and stood beside Wasis and Salas. They looked at the hegemons, standing at the cracks in the ground, waiting for Han Shuo to make his move. Crack, 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 crack. The turbulence in the yuan qi of heaven and earth and the dark clouds formed by the killing intent caused the hegemons, sealing boundaries, to rumble. Under the pressure of the two forces that had gathered all the hidden forces in the Pandemonium, the boundaries were clearly beginning to crumble. Rip! A wind barrier set up by Miller was forcibly torn apart. But that was only the beginning. While the hegemons were trying their best to salvage the situation, the energy of the dark cloud, which was formed from the murderous aura, resentment, hatred, and other negative energies of the dead in the valley, easily broke through the layers of defensive boundaries and seals. The two energies descended upon the valley. The huge amount of heaven and earth yuan qi formed an incomparably huge pushing force, pushing everyone out as soon as they entered. The dark clouds of killing intent gushed into the cauldron of myriad demon. All of a sudden, the cauldron expanded several times in size and charged straight at Judas, who was wearing holy Aurum armor. Judas' face jolted. He seemed to have sensed that the cauldron of myriad demon was no match for him. Instead, he immediately chose to dodge. "Salas, Wasis, you two go first!" shouted Han Shuo suddenly and pointed with his left hand. A tremendous amount of Ki of the world poured into the ravine that was protected by Asura. The ravine suddenly tore open and revealed a bottomless pit, pushed by the enormous yuan qi of heaven and earth. Asura staggered backward as though he was drunk. He was forcefully pushed to the side. "Brian, what about you?" cried Salas. He did not retreat, as Han Shuo had suggested. "Han, how? And I naturally have a way to leave. You don't have to worry," shouted Han Shuo anxiously. "Hurry! These two energies are the Pandemonium's last resort. Once they disperse, they won't be able to gather any more energy. Leave immediately. I won't be able to hold them for long. Let's go." Wasis gave Han Shuo a deep look before he resolutely charged into the ravine. Although he didn't say much, Han Shuo could see the trust in Wasis' eyes. Salas was stunned for a second before he steeled his heart and said, "Take care. I'm still waiting for you to fulfill your promise to me. As long as you can come out alive, I, Salas, will take you as my master in the fringe." Without hesitation, Salas followed Wasis into the ravine. "Stop them!" shouted Daka. Belinton and Kaz hurriedly went to surround them. Han Shuo clasped his hands together, and a dazzling radiance blossomed from his palms. The energy that was pushing Asura away suddenly formed an impenetrable barrier that blocked Belinton and Kaz, allowing Wasis and Salas to disappear within. "Kill him!" shouted Daka. The energy of destruction erupted from his body and formed a destruction orb the size of a dark sun. This orb of destruction was formed from the fusion of hundreds of fist-sized orbs of destruction. The terrifying energy contained within it was enough to strike fear in one's heart. At this point, Regis, Miller, Sayant, and Tuckamore all realized how strange the situation was and didn't hold back any longer. Thunder rumbled, and lightning fell from the sky like a fine rain. A fierce wind blew, forming a tornado that could destroy everything. The earth trembled continuously, and a meteorite that came from an unknown place fell from the sky. The cold power turned into a white mist, and everything in its path was frozen at this moment. The hegemons were using all of their energies to their fullest, unleashing their domains of divinity to the fullest. In an instant, the entire pandemonium was covered in dazzling radiance. All sorts of energies threatened to destroy the pandemonium. "Han, Hao, retreat first!" shouted Han Shuo. In an instant, his three souls fused into one, and the energy of his two avatars formed a new domain of divinity. Before the God Hunter hegemon's energies could reach it, the new domain of divinity expanded outwards with all its might. At this moment, Little Skull, Han Hao, did not retreat as Han Shuo had instructed. Instead, he abruptly put some distance between them and unleashed the energy from the quintessence shard to its fullest extent. A gigantic gravestone appeared out of thin air and towered between heaven and earth. All of a sudden, something strange happened. The enormous amount of yuan qi from Pandemonium Tanai, as well as the murderous aura, hatred, violence, and other negative energies left behind by the dead, seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force into Han Shuo's new domain of divinity. In an instant, the domain of divinity underwent yet another transformation. Unlike before, this time, the domain of divinity was not only filled with the energy of death and destruction, but also the yuan qi and negative energies from Pandemonium. This new domain of divinity seemed to be no longer affected by Little Skull's quintessence shard and did not clash with it. Arg! Han Shuo let out a wild howl. All of a sudden, he felt the demonic yuan in his body go out of control. It violently rushed out of his body and rushed into the new domain of divinity at a speed that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. The new domain of divinity was still filled with thousands upon thousands of demon generals. At this moment, death, destruction, demon generals, demonic yuan, and all sorts of other energies fused together and underwent a transformation that no one could understand. It was like a ferocious beast that had walked out of the abyss of the ancient universe. It possessed frightening evil energy and was like a black hole that could devour everything in its path. It was also at this moment that Regis, Isaiah, Daka, Asura, and Tuckamor's energies arrived and fell into the new domain of divinity formed by the fusion of the energies from all three of Han Shuo's bodies. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was being torn asunder. It was like the end of the world, a ball of light, like the explosion of the sun, engulfed the entire place. Everyone and everything was covered by this ball of dazzling light that could engulf everything. After what felt like a day, but also like a moment, Han Shuo, who had lost all of his energy, gradually regained his consciousness and senses. Pain, an unforgettable pain, came from his body. It had been a long time since Han Shuo had experienced such pain. Slowly, Han Shuo opened his eyes and realized that he was covered in blood. The invincible omen body that he was so proud of didn't seem to be able to protect his body from being destroyed. His bone-deep wounds had ruptured and were bleeding profusely. They didn't heal immediately. Not used to his current condition, Han Shuo turned his head with great difficulty and looked around. A shocking scene slowly entered Han Shuo's eyes. Chapter 975. Han Shuo was in a daze. Was this still the pandemonium? All he could see was a scene of devastation. All of Tanai's buildings had vanished. It was as if the entire pandemonium had been razed to the ground. As far as the eye could see, apart from the huge ravines and the dust that had gathered in the air, there was not a single piece of roof tile, not even a single person. It was dead silence. All of a sudden, Han Shuo felt a strange sensation in his heart. He felt as if he had returned to the past, as if he was back on the desolate moon. He couldn't move a muscle and could only stare at the lifeless landscape in despair as he waited for death. This scene was so similar to the one he had seen back then. The same desolate landscape, the same powerless him. There didn't seem to be any difference. In a daze, Han Shuo looked at his surroundings blankly. He looked at the ravine that had been turned upside down. He tried to find a living person with his eyes, tried to move his limbs, and tried to examine his body's condition. "Father, are you all right?" came a message from the little skull, Han Hao, from the depths of his soul. "Where are you?" Han Shuo felt as if he'd been imbued with wisdom as he heard the little skeleton's call. He clearly understood the current situation and began to worry about the little skeleton's safety. "I'm underground. I'll be back soon," replied Han Hao. Crack. Next to Han Shuo, a strange sound came from the rocky ground that had been piled up into a small hill. Suddenly, the rubble shot out, and the huge white bone throne reappeared. The little skull's actions seemed to have triggered a chain reaction. Strange sounds came from the ravine around Han Shuo as several figures appeared. Gandalf, Daka, Isaiah, Regis, one by one the hegemons appeared. None of them were dead, but their faces were pale, and they looked at Han Shuo with strange gazes. "Brian, what did you do to us?" Sora was horrified. His face was as white as a sheet, and he looked weaker than anyone else. Han Shuo was stunned. He couldn't understand what Sora was talking about. He frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Why is it that the earth divine energy in my body is always lacking a little?" Sora glared at Han Shuo and shouted. It wasn't just Sora. Daka, Isaiah, and the others were shocked as well. Sora's words seemed to have struck a chord with them. They all turned to look at Han Shuo, as if they were waiting for an explanation from Han Shuo. The divine power in your body has been reduced?" Gandalf, who cultivated the power of light, suddenly exclaimed with a horrified expression. All the God Hunter hegemons nodded in unison at Judas' words, indicating that the divine energy they cultivated was forever lacking. Judas was aghast and looked at Han Shuo in disbelief. His face was cloudy and clear. One moment he was bursting with killing intent, and the next moment he was somewhat gratified. No one knew what he was thinking. Han Shuo, on the other hand, had a blank look on his face. He didn't know what was going on. All of a sudden, a strange feeling surged into Han Shuo's consciousness. He felt as if he had gained several pairs of eyes. With one thought, Han Shuo used his consciousness to summon the cauldron of myriad demon and his avatars of destruction and death to his side. As soon as the thought came to his mind, 13 enormous blurry shadows suddenly flashed out from the ravines on the ground. What's this? Han Shuo himself was startled as he looked at the enormous shadows slowly floating out from the depths of the earth with a strange expression. Whoosh. The cauldron of myriad demon returned to Han Shuo's side. However, Han Shuo couldn't sense the auras of the hundreds or thousands of demon generals inside the cauldron. The cauldron was empty. However, Han Shuo sensed a familiar aura from the 13 enormous shadows that had suddenly appeared. Not only that, but there seemed to be a strange connection between Han Shuo and the 13 enormous blurry figures. It was as if he was one of the 13 figures, and as if the 13 blurry figures were all him. What's going on? Han Shuo was astonished. Master, for some reason, all the demon generals have mutated. I don't know if the demons in the cauldron were affected by what happened before, but they've undergone a strange transformation. The demons that cultivated in the same energy when they were alive devoured and fused with each other, eventually condensing into one. 13 different types of energy have formed these 13 special life forms that bear your soul imprint. They are a new kind of avatars, even more special than the avatars formed by the Demon's Lair Edge and the Skeletal Staff. They are so special that even I don't know what form they take. Cauldron Spirit's voice suddenly sounded in Han Shuo's mind. Han Shuo was stunned. He couldn't understand Cauldron Spirit's words for a moment. After staring blankly for a moment, he asked, "What happened to my 2 avatars?" They completely exploded in that energy. However, their souls and energies have fused with the 2 new avatars. You can try to sense them. The 2 new avatars of death and destruction that bear your purest soul imprint should be able to fuse with your mind without any break-in period. Han Shuo was astonished once again. He opened up his mind and tried to sense the auras of the 13 enormous, blurry figures. Gradually, Han Shuo discovered that the 13 enormous blurry figures did share a bizarre connection with him. The 13 figures contained the auras of darkness, earth, fire, wind, water, lightning, death, fate, space, life, destruction, and fighting aura. Among them, the 2 new avatars of death and destruction were much clearer than the other 11. With one thought, Han Shuo felt a wonderful connection flow into his mind. The 2 avatars that were clearer than the other 11 suddenly laughed at the same time. But their laughter was different. At this moment, Han Shuo once again had the feeling of one soul being split into 3 and being used for 3 purposes. Compared to before, the feeling of being one with his soul didn't change at all. Instead, it seemed to have become even more inseparable. The feeling of being one with his avatars made Han Shuo feel inexplicably moved. Han Shuo's avatar, which cultivated in the energy of death and destruction, carried the purest aura of death and destruction. The blurry silhouette gradually became clearer and clearer. Slowly, it turned into 2 humans that were 5 times larger than Han Shuo himself. Naturally, they looked exactly like Han Shuo. This is... It was Judas who cried out in shock. He seemed to have sensed something strange about the 13 figures that surged out of the ground. As for Daka and the other God Hunter hegemons, they were all dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the 13 figures that slowly rose into the sky. 13 energies. What the hell is going on? Daka cursed. He seemed to have lost his composure. Don't tell me that the energy we lost was absorbed by those guys. Asura suddenly sensed a familiar energy from the figure that possessed the energy of Earth. His expression changed, and he cried out in shock. We won't be able to eat or sleep in peace if this person doesn't die. One day, we will all die because of him. Daka took a deep breath, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop his heart from thumping wildly. This time, all the God Hunter hegemons came to an agreement. Without any hesitation, their eyes glowed with murderous intent. They were determined to kill Han Shuo on the spot. It was at this moment that the 2 oddities that carried the energy of death and destruction overlapped with each other. All of a sudden, the 2 powers of death and destruction fused together, forming a new domain of divinity. With a thought, the overlapping shadows of the death and destruction avatars shook once more and overlapped with the lightning avatar that was watching from the side. The lightning avatar also suddenly joined the new domain of divinity. After the overlapping of the 3 avatars, the power of the 3 avatars suddenly doubled. Han Shuo's main body, which was bleeding profusely, remained motionless. He put all his energy into controlling the Han Shuo who had 3 avatars stacked on top of each other. He circulated all the energy of his consciousness and continued to move. He then stacked the 3 avatars of darkness, wind, and water. Every time the 3 overlapped avatars of darkness, wind, and ice, Han Shuo's consciousness became 100 times heavier. When the 3 avatars of darkness, wind, and ice overlapped, Han Shuo's consciousness seemed to have run out and he could no longer use it to overlap more avatars. That was the limit of Han Shuo's consciousness. The new avatars of death, destruction, lightning, darkness, wind, and water slowly took the shape of a human. The human was still Han Shuo, but the aura he exuded was no longer the same. The 6 avatars of death, destruction, lightning, darkness, wind, and water merged together and formed a new domain of divinity. Kill! Asura sensed fear from the depths of his soul when he saw the new Han Shuo. He gave a loud cry and charged at Han Shuo. The new Han Shuo shot a glance at Asura, who was trying to put up a fierce front, and raised his hand. A vast and boundless new energy filled the air and enveloped Asura. Under everyone's gaze, Asura's body suddenly exploded. His earth armor, which was said to be the toughest, had no effect on him. Asura's blood splattered all over the ground. A grayish soul drifted out from his body. Before he could escape, the cauldron of myriad demon flashed and enveloped Asura's divine soul. All of a sudden, Daka and the other hegemons were horrified. They exchanged glances with one another before retreating and running for their lives. Their faces were filled with fear. At that moment, they no longer had the courage to fight Han Shuo. Chapter 976. The current Han Shuo gave them a terrifying feeling of intimidation. Even Asura, an overgod of the earth, was killed in an instant without being able to retaliate. The power Han Shuo displayed, now, seemed to be on par with an overgod with the quintessence. They were all terrified of a terrifying character who could kill Asura with a wave of his hand. They wisely retreated, fearing that they would be killed by Han Shuo if they stayed for even a second longer. His avatars of death, destruction, lightning, darkness, wind, and water overlapped with each other and hovered in midair like a giant god. His new domain of divinity carried with it a berserk aura that looked down on everything, gathering the 6 elemental energies from all directions. "Father, they've escaped!" cried the little skull, Han Hao, in the center of the bone throne. To his surprise, Han Shuo didn't give chase immediately. The gigantic avatar floated in midair and stared at the only person left behind, Judas. It wasn't that Han Shuo didn't want to give chase, but rather, without the control of his consciousness, he couldn't unleash the energy of that enormous phantom that had fused the energies of death, destruction, lightning, darkness, wind, and water. Moreover, there were still many uncertainties in the gigantic phantom formed by the overlapping of the 6 elemental energies. The avatars of lightning, darkness, wind, and water had yet to fuse with his consciousness. After barely managing to kill Asura in one blow, the fusion of the 6 elements seemed to be on the verge of breaking apart. The lightning, darkness, wind, and water avatars in particular were beginning to go out of control. Han Shuo knew that if Daka and the others hadn't retreated in fear, he wouldn't have been able to kill them so easily. Tens of thousands of demon generals had devoured and absorbed each other, fusing with all sorts of energies to produce 13 new avatars. Even the 2 avatars of death and destruction were still unknown to Han Shuo, much less the other 11. At this stage, he knew that he had to first understand everything about the new 13 avatars. Only after he had truly grasped their strength and temperament and completely fused with his own divine sense would he be able to truly unleash their strength. Before that, it was extremely dangerous to forcefully fuse several avatars that could not merge their minds and souls into one. Han Hao, the little skull, obviously didn't know about Han Shuo's physical condition. Seeing how his newly formed avatar was able to kill Asura in one blow, he naturally believed that Han Shuo had made yet another breakthrough. If he could kill Asura so easily, the others shouldn't be able to escape his grasp either. "Brian, you sure are amazing. I really didn't expect you to make another breakthrough so quickly," said the God Hunter Hegemon Judas with a smile. Judas, the only God Hunter Hegemon who remained, said smilingly to Han Shuo after everyone had left. It was at this moment that Han Shuo's blood stopped flowing. His depleted demonic yuan began to glow again like an old tree in spring. Strands of demonic yuan that were as thin as silk flowed through his body with great difficulty. The weak demonic yuan slowly converged and silently nourished his body, bones, and meridians. His severed meridians gradually began to reconnect. The cells in his wounds rapidly moved and the broken bones reassembled like liquid. Miraculous changes were slowly taking place in his body. At the same time, Han Shuo's consciousness became muddle-headed. Bizarre scrolls appeared in his mind one after another. Many erratic ancient characters were flickering with colors visible to his consciousness. They cleansed Han Shuo's mind and soul, causing him to sink into an ethereal state. "I am the master of all demonic creations." The epiphany suddenly occurred. Perhaps it was because he had been the master of the Han family for too long, or perhaps it was because he had been worrying too much about the 5 elite zombies and Little Skull. Han Shuo found that he had become their leader. Not only did he have to take care of everything for the Han family, but he also had to worry about their safety and strength. I am the master of demons. I am the master of demons. A vast and boundless voice reverberated in Han Shuo's consciousness. His consciousness was like a tranquil ocean, but it began to boil amidst the deafening voice, setting off monstrous waves. In an instant, the sea of consciousness became deep and boundless. It was as vast and boundless as the starry sky. Nothing, no man, and no god could stop it. All things are demons. All things are me. I am the demon. I am all things. All kinds of bizarre thoughts emerged in his sea of consciousness. Strange sounds reverberated in his mind. His sea of consciousness gradually transformed. Like the deep starry sky, there were bright and dazzling stars orbiting in unchanging trajectories. It was as though his consciousness had become another miniature universe. And as though he had become one with the universe, Judas looked at Han Shuo in astonishment. No one knew what he was thinking, but he stood there in a daze. He did not attack Han Shuo, nor did he immediately retreat. After an unknown period of time, Han Shuo suddenly came to a realization. Suddenly, Han Shuo knew that his consciousness had reached the level of a demon master. It was just that the energy in his body had not accumulated to a certain level, and thus his demonic body had not undergone a qualitative change, allowing his body and mind to reach the level of a demon master. He lowered his head and saw that his demonic body, which was riddled with scars, had recovered to its original state. Although it was not at its peak, it had recovered 50% of his demonic yuan. From being riddled with scars to having recovered in such a short period of time, and even having recovered more than half of his strength, Han Shuo was shocked by this change. He raised his hand and looked at his palm. His skin was as translucent as jade, glowing with a bewitching luster. It was even more perfect than a woman's skin. The lines on his palm were clear. At a glance, the lines on his palm were constantly changing as he clenched his fist, giving off a wondrous sense of beauty. This! Han Shuo mumbled in a low voice, his face filled with incredulity and surprise. Brian! Judas spoke again, his face full of smiles. Judas spoke again, his face full of smiles. When Han Shuo looked at him with a vigilant expression, Judas chuckled and said, "Congratulations!" Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. With one thought, the avatar of 6 elemental forces that he had been trying his best to keep together suddenly split apart and returned to the cauldron of myriad demon that was hovering in midair. The cauldron of myriad demon flew back into Han Shuo's chest and disappeared. He slowly stood up, looked at Judas up and down strangely, and asked, "Why haven't you left?" Han Shuo had always felt that there was something off about this Judas. As a hegemon of the god hunters who had betrayed the god of light, not only did he possess a cross personally refined by the god of light, but he could also condense the faith energy of 1 billion believers into holy Aurum armor. Such a character made Han Shuo wonder if he really was a god hunter or not. Han Shuo felt that something was amiss when he looked at Judas. His consciousness was fully focused on Judas, but he couldn't discern the depths of Judas's strength. Han Shuo had a nagging feeling that Judas was plotting something against him and that there was an even greater power hidden in his body. These were all instinctive senses of Han Shuo. Why should I leave? Judas laughed involuntarily and asked Han Shuo. Han Shuo, who had no idea what Judas was plotting, immediately chuckled coldly. The 17 flying swords whizzed out, and the cauldron of myriad demon once again flew towards Judas. Even though Han Shuo had only recovered 50% of his strength, the 17 flying swords and the cauldron of myriad demon were not weak at all. After his consciousness fused with the demon lord's state of mind, even ordinary attacks would become mysterious and unpredictable, let alone the 17 flying swords that were already powerful to begin with. Han Shuo believed that with the strength Judas had displayed, even holy Aurum armor wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the 17 flying swords and the cauldron of myriad demon. It would most likely injure him immediately. However, Judas's performance somewhat exceeded Han Shua's expectations. All of a sudden, Judas blossomed with dazzling brilliance, like a blazing sun. A wave of divine energy descended from the heavens and entered Judas' body. The holy Orim armor on Judas, whose performance had only been a little eye-catching, shone brilliantly. The cross in his hand suddenly flew up, and the power of holy light surged from the cross. Neither the 17 flying swords nor Han Shua's cauldron of myriad demon could break through the defense of Judas' cross. Han Shua's expression changed, and he suddenly recalled the 17 flying swords and the cauldron of myriad demon. He stared deeply at Judas and asked, "Who are you?" "Nestet and the others are coming. Look after Han Hao." Judas retracted his hands and smiled at Han Shua. Han Shua was shocked again. There were probably only a few people in the entire Elysium who dared to call Nestet by his name. Who in the world is this Judas? As expected, not long after Judas finished speaking, before Han Shua could react, the goddess of destiny and the overgod of death, Nestet, suddenly appeared in front of Han Shua. As soon as Nestet made his move, his eyes immediately focused on the little skull, Han Hao, sitting upright on his throne of bones. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect that even I would be fooled." The goddess of destiny's deep, starry eyes glanced at Han Shua, then at the little skull, Han Hao, and finally at Judas. "What are you doing?" Judas didn't kowtow to the goddess of destiny as Han Shua expected. He didn't show the slightest bit of restraint or timidity. He still chuckled and said, "I'm just giving him a little pressure to help him improve faster. As you know, we don't have much time. Look, isn't he getting stronger under my pressure?" "Light God, you're the light God." Han Shua stared blankly for a moment before he suddenly reacted and cried out in surprise. Judas smiled and nodded. "That's right, it's me. But I'm just borrowing Judas's body." Brian, you're really amazing." Chapter 977. Judas didn't deny his identity and immediately admitted it under Han Shua's questioning. After Judas admitted his identity as the god of light, Han Shua finally understood why Judas dared to stay after witnessing Han Shua's power, even though all the other hegemons had left. An overgod with a quintessence was 100 times more powerful than a so-called pseudo-overgod like Daka. Even though the two had similar names, they weren't on the same level at all. Daka and the rest were afraid of Han Shua's power, but the god of light with a quintessence didn't have to worry about being killed by Han Shua at all. God of light, why are you a hegemon of the God Hunter Alliance?" Han Shua's face turned cold. "Are you implying that the existence of the God Hunter Alliance is the result of your tacit consent?" The goddess of destiny helplessly nodded and extended her hand to release a strange energy wave. The vast energy instantly enveloped the entire area. Be it in the sky or on the ground, no one would be able to see what was going on. The God Hunter Alliance's existence is necessary. Otherwise, this so-called alliance would have long been wiped out by us, said the goddess of destiny unhurriedly after sealing off the entire area. "Why?" Han Shua asked blankly. The goddess of destiny smiled and didn't answer Han Shua's question. She looked at the god of light and the overgod of death beside her and said, "Gentlemen, I think we should tell him about Eternia in advance." "Sure, but before that, I want to destroy Han Hao's quintessence shard first." Nestor nodded and stared at the little skeleton sitting in the middle of the bone throne as he spoke in a tone that left no room for negotiation. Han Shua's expression changed as soon as he heard those words. He said, "I don't care what you guys are trying to do to me, but whoever dares to touch Han Hao, I will kill them." Nestet shot a disdainful glance at Han Shua and mocked, "Do you have the strength to fight to the death with me?" After that, Nestet no longer looked at Han Shua. His body shook violently, and the purest energy of death in the world was released from his body. All of a sudden, the god of death walked towards Han Shua. An incomparably vast energy of death emanated from his body and caused a commotion in the surroundings. Han Shuo was shocked, but he still shouted, "I'd like to try." Nestor said that he wanted to destroy the quintessence shard in Han Hao's body, which had already fused with his soul. Once it was destroyed, it would mean that Han Hao's soul would dissipate and he would disappear from this world forever. Han Shuo would never allow such a situation to occur. His relationship with Little Skull even surpassed the friendship he had with his women. Little Skull accompanied him when he had nothing. Little Skull helped him dump the trash and cleaned up for him every day. Little Skull had become the most indispensable part of his life. No one could touch Little Skull in front of him, not even Nestet. With one thought, the 13 avatars that surged into the cauldron of myriad demon surged out. The avatars formed by the 6 elemental energies of death, destruction, thunder, darkness, wind, and water instantly overlapped, and a new domain of divinity was suddenly released. This time, unlike before when his consciousness was completely exhausted, the 6 elemental energies overlapped easily. However, because Han Shuo did not have time to master the new consciousness and stabilize his current state of mind, he could only temporarily control the new avatars formed by the 6 elemental energies. The new energy formed a barrier formed by the energy of death, destruction, thunder, darkness, wind, and water. It suddenly blocked in front of Han Hao, the Little Skull, to stop the attack of the overgod of death, Nestet's energy. Facing the overgod of death, Nestet, who had an overgod, Han Shuo no longer held back and unleashed all of his power in an instant. At this moment, Han Shuo focused his consciousness to control everything. The new body, formed by the new domain of divinity, was very special. There seemed to be 6 streams of energy flowing on the new barrier. The goddess of destiny exclaimed softly. She seemed to be very surprised by this new energy. She turned to look at Gandalf, the avatar of the god of light, and asked, "What's going on?" Gandalf smiled bitterly. He shook his head at the goddess of destiny's question and said, "I don't know what's going on either. Perhaps the power Upanishad he cultivates has some magical changes with the power of our universe. That's why he has this anomaly." After a pause, Gandalf said, "Don't worry too much. This new energy is not perfect. It won't be able to exert too much power even if it's combined. Everything is still under control." Everything is still under control. The goddess of destiny had a strange look on her face. She murmured, "This is just the beginning. He hasn't fully mastered the new energy. Once he does, I think the power will not be the same as it is now." This Brian really makes people look forward to it and worry about him at the same time. Although the goddess of destiny's voice was soft, who was Gandalf? How could he not hear what he was thinking? Gandalf had a strange look on his face. He seemed to have realized that Han Shuo was extraordinary. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, the power of Nestet, the god of death, fell on the barrier formed by the power of the 6 elements that Han Shuo had formed. It had to be said that a god with the power of a quintessence was far more powerful than an ordinary god. As soon as Nestet's power of death entered the barrier, Han Shuo felt an endless aura of the element of death. Nestet's power of death seemed to have condensed the element of death from several planes, and its power far exceeded that of any so-called god. Under the unparalleled power of Nestet, the barrier formed by the power of the 6 elements that Han Shuo had yet to fully master could barely hold on. It could be torn apart and destroyed at any moment. Not only could a god with the power of a quintessence mobilize the purest element of death between heaven and earth, but they themselves were also a huge body of energy. Their bodies contain the essence of their elemental power for hundreds of millions of years. Such power was not something an ordinary person could imagine. If Han Shuo had not formed a new incarnation and merged the power of the 6 elements, he might not have been able to withstand a single attack from Nestet. The power of his consciousness turned into threads that were hard to see with the naked eye and fused with the incarnation. It continuously gathered the power of the various elements on the new barrier of divinity. Han Shua's face was slightly pale. Oh, not bad. Apart from the gods with the power of a quintessence, no one can resist me for this long. Nestet exclaimed in surprise. He immediately exerted the power of death on the new barrier formed by Han Shua and increased the pressure on Han Shua. Father! Little Skull shouted. Little Skull, who was telepathically connected to Han Shua, naturally sensed the abnormality in Han Shua's consciousness. He knew that Han Shua was practically using up the power of his soul to save himself. Demonic yuan could be regenerated after it was lost, but once the power of one's soul was exhausted, it would be extremely difficult to recover. Han Hao, the Little Skull, who cultivated the power of death and demonic arts, knew this very well. Therefore, after learning that Han Shua was risking his life for him, Little Skull became somewhat agitated. Suddenly, the image of a huge gravestone appeared. Little Skull used all his strength to combine the power of the demonic arts he cultivated and the bone spear in his hand. He tried to seize the opportunity to rush out and fight to the death with Nestet. The radiance that covered the gravestone suddenly burst out. The power of death and the power of demonic arts collided and blended together, blossoming with a brilliant brilliance. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. A clear, earth-shaking sound rang out from the gravestone. Suddenly, the gravestone transformed into a diamond-shaped, sparkling, and translucent strange object. That strange object spun and continuously released the negative energies of death and evil. There seemed to be an endless amount of resentment and violence within it. Nestet, stop! The goddess of destiny shouted. The mirror of destiny flew out of her hand, and the power that affected the trajectory of fate surged out. Nestet's eyes trembled. He suddenly retracted the power of death and retreated to the goddess of destiny's side. He looked at the goddess of destiny angrily and asked, "Why? That kid has a quintessence shard on him. I will not allow a threat to replace me to exist." The goddess of destiny did not answer Nestet. Instead, she focused on the strange crystal spinning on Little Skull's chest. She had a look of disbelief on her face. Gandalf's mouth was wide open. He muttered in a daze, "How is this possible? How is this possible? How is this possible?" Nestet followed the gazes of the goddess of destiny and the god of light to look at Han Hao. Suddenly, Nestet's face turned pale. He lost his composure and exclaimed, This is... The goddess of destiny nodded and affirmed, "This is the power of the quintessence. A new quintessence has formed in his body." Han Shua, who was still struggling to hold on, was startled when he heard this. He also looked at Han Hao in disbelief, his face full of astonishment and confusion. A quintessence, not a quintessence shard. The most inconceivable and mysterious thing in the universe had actually formed in Little Skull's chest. On Elysium, the reason why the 12 over-gods reigned supreme over everyone else wasn't because they were exceptionally talented, or because they were famous, or because they had lived for a long time. It was because each of them possessed a quintessence. That's right, a quintessence. A quintessence made them the pinnacle of existence in the universe. An over-god with a quintessence was the embodiment of invincibility, the undefeatable legend. But today, a new quintessence had formed in Han Hao. What did this mean? Nestet, the goddess of destiny, Gandalf, Han Shua, and even the Little Skull, Han Hao, were all dumbfounded. Which element did the new quintessence come from? The same question popped up in their minds. Chapter 978. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Little Skull Han Hao himself. His eyes were filled with confusion as he looked down at the diamond-shaped crystal spinning on his chest. He suddenly felt as if the crystal had become another part of his soul. Under the influence of the new quintessence, all kinds of negative energies, such as hatred, disgust, resentment, and exposure, seemed to be affected as they surged towards him from all directions. The new quintessence seemed to be the source of all negative energies in the world. It constantly attracted the scattered negative energies and integrated them for Little Skull Han Hao's use. The diamond-shaped quintessence on Han Hao's chest spun once before it abruptly flew into his mind. It was enveloped by his divine soul and became one with it. The white bone throne instantly blossomed with a soft, jade-like radiance. Perhaps it was due to the new quintessence, but the white bone throne also seemed to be undergoing some unknown changes. Han Shuo, who was standing not far from Little Skull, wore a puzzled expression. He also didn't know why Little Skull Han Hao would undergo such an incredible change. Han Shuo wasn't too sure what a quintessence meant, but the fact that the 12 over-gods held such a high position on Elysium gave him a faint feeling of ecstasy. Han Shuo sensed an aura that was both familiar and strange at the same time from Little Skull. He wasn't sure how powerful the new energy was, but judging from the goddess of destiny, the god of light, and the over-god of death's reactions, he was certain that the new quintessence had indeed formed. Why? Why is there a new quintessence? Judas muttered to himself. The peaceful smile on his face had disappeared and was replaced by confusion. Didn't they say that only 12 quintessences have been created since the beginning of time? I've never heard of the existence of a new quintessence after millions of years. The over-god of death, Nestet, was equally puzzled. He stared blankly at the goddess of destiny as if waiting for her to give him a reasonable explanation. However, the goddess of destiny was also baffled. How could she answer his question? After a while, the goddess of destiny smiled bitterly and said, "Don't look at me. Even I don't know why new quintessences can be produced. I can't control this Han Hao's fate. His existence is beyond my understanding of this universe. I don't know what this exception is all about. What should we do?" Nestet suddenly asked after a moment of silence. The goddess of destiny did not immediately answer Nestet's question. Instead, she looked at Han Shuo and Han Hao with a thoughtful look. After a while, the goddess of destiny said solemnly, "Nestet, Han Hao's new quintessence has been produced. I don't think you need to worry about him taking your quintessence of death. This father and son pair should be of help to us in the future. Now, I think we should leave first." The over-god of death, Nestet, was stunned. He stared deeply at Han Hao, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The Little Skull, Han Hao, who was sitting in the middle of the white bone throne, looked at the over-god of death, Nestet, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He was afraid that Nestet would attack him at all costs. Although there was something special in his divine soul, Han Hao did not know how to use the quintessence. At this time, it was difficult for him to make full use of the quintessence. At this time, if the over-god of death, Nestet, wanted to attack him at all costs, Han Hao was obviously no match for him. Han Shuo was also very cautious. His main body and 12 incarnations were carefully preparing. If Nestet really wanted to attack, he would immediately stop him. "Nestet, there are some things that the three of us can't decide," Judas suddenly said softly at this moment. The over-god of death, Nestet, shot a glance at Judas, nodded slightly, and said, "Before we go to Eternia, we still have a battle. If you still dare to use this rotten body of yours, I will first destroy a strand of your divine seal." After saying that, Nestet looked at Han Hao and lightly groaned. Without saying anything else, he nodded at the goddess of destiny and left. After Nestet disappeared, the goddess of destiny slightly bunched her brows and said to Judas, "You shouldn't meddle in the affairs of the God Hunter Alliance, nor should you occupy Judas consciousness. The God Hunter Alliance needs to exist, but it doesn't need you to guide it." The god of light, who had occupied Judas' body, put on a rather solemn face when he heard the goddess of destiny's words. He hesitated for a moment before replying smilingly, "I know what to do. I don't need you to remind me. When we leave this place, Judas will disappear forever. He will never appear on Elysium again." The goddess of destiny smiled and nodded, saying, "That's good." The god of light then turned to look at Han Shuo and Han Hao. After thinking for a moment, he smilingly said to the two, "Before Eternia opens, a new battle of the gods will inevitably take place. On behalf of the Dominion of Light, the Dominion of Life, and the Dominion of Water, I would like to invite you to join forces." Haha! Don't be in a hurry to refuse or agree. Take your time to consider. When Han Shuo saw that the god of light was about to leave, he suddenly remembered McKinley's plea and said, "I want to kill one of your 3 guardians, Jar." The god of light stared blankly at Han Shuo. After a while he frowned and said, "Jar has been with me for many years. Only I can decide his life. If Jar dies, I will take it that you refused my kind offer. You're on your own." The god of light bowed to the goddess of destiny and slowly walked outside. When he reached the goddess of destiny, he suddenly paused and said softly, "Compared to Han Hao, I'm more worried about my father, who can fuse the 12 fundamental forces. We have all the quintessences, so we at least have some idea of how strong they are. But when it comes to energy that is completely foreign to us, we don't know what to do. You have to put in more effort, lest things get messy." After saying these words, the god of light did not stay any longer and left leisurely. The last words that the god of light said to the goddess of destiny were not deliberately concealed. Han Shuo and Han Hao, who were standing not far away, heard it clearly. From the meaning of the god of light's words, Han Shuo knew that the so-called 12 quintessences, including the goddess of destiny, should have some designs on him. As for what they wanted him to do, Han Shuo had no idea for the time being. After the overgod of death, Nestet, and the god of light disappeared, the goddess of destiny smiled lightly and said indifferently, "I am very relieved that Andrina is here with you. I hope you will take good care of her. Well, I still have things to deal with. When the time is right, I will come to you personally and talk to you about some things you want to know." Han Shuo really did not know what to say to the goddess of destiny. He obviously knew that the goddess of destiny was hiding something from him, and he also knew that the goddess of destiny had expectations for him. However, if the goddess of destiny did not tell him the details, he really could not know the ins and outs of the matter. Vaguely, Han Shuo guessed that it had something to do with the exalted demon lord and the demonic arts he cultivated. Apart from that, Han Shuo really could not think of anything else that the goddess of destiny, a quintessence overgod, would be concerned about. Han Shuo did not say much to the goddess of destiny. He just watched as the goddess of destiny disappeared without saying a word. With the goddess of destiny gone, only Han Shuo and Han Hao remained in the ruins of the Pandemonium. After the battle, both father and son had made breakthroughs in their own strength. Han Shuo's demonic arts had advanced to the demonic sovereign realm, allowing him to transform hundreds and thousands of demon generals into avatars that cultivated in the 13 fundamental forces. The 13 avatars could also be fused, and every time they fused, their strength would increase tremendously. Han Hao, on the other hand, had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. A new quintessence was formed in his body, a treasure that could allow him to become a supreme god. Such a breakthrough was not as simple as a quantitative change. At this moment, the father and son looked at each other. They did not think too much about the changes in their bodies. Instead, they looked at the ruins of the Pandemonium and felt a little sad. Han Shuo did not know where Gilbert, Sanguiner, and Ballins had gone. He was rather worried about their safety. "Father, the Pandemonium has been destroyed," Han Hao suddenly said to Han Shuo after a long while. Han Shuo nodded and smiled. He said, "If it's destroyed, we'll rebuild it. Every time we rebuild it, there will be new changes. This time, I will use our current strength to rebuild the Pandemonium. I will deploy a gigantic 9th realm mystical Een harvester around the perimeter of the Pandemonium to transform the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth on the Elysium continent for our use." Back on the profound continent, the exalted demon lord had deployed a gigantic 9th realm mystical Een harvester underground. It was because of the 9th realm mystical Een harvester that the profound continent had become a land of 5 elements, causing all sorts of changes on the profound continent and allowing Han Shua's soul to travel from another universe. Compared to the profound continent, the Yuan Qi here was 100 times denser. By deploying a gigantic ninth realm mystical Yin harvester here, not only would Han Shua be able to provide an endless supply of energy to the pandemonium, but he would also be able to use the Yuan Qi to temper his demonic body. By gathering the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, he would be able to accumulate the demonic Yuan in his demonic body. As long as his demonic body and mind could reach the demonic sovereign realm, Han Shua believed that he would stand a chance against the 12 over-gods who had existed for eons. Apart from that, he also had 13 avatars that he could fuse with. With 6 avatars, he would be able to fend off Nestet's attacks. Once all 13 avatars were fused together, coupled with his main body that had reached the demonic sovereign realm, who on the Elysium continent would be a match for him. Chapter 9, 79. Han Shua and his son didn't stay in the ruined pandemonium for too long. Too many things had happened here. They didn't know if the hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance were still in the fringe. They also didn't know how the members of the Han family, Wasis, and Salas were doing. First, he had to figure out the current situation in the fringe and find Balins, Sanguiner, and Phoebe to ensure their safety. Next, he had to head to the Omphalos to see what was going on there. He also had to find out what the missing tire was up to. Lastly, he had to rebuild the pandemonium and turn it into a giant ninth realm mystical Yin harvester for him to become a demon lord. There were too many things for Han Shua to do. He had to take things one step at a time. He didn't have time to waste. Now that little Skull Han had suddenly gained the quintessence, he might not be able to fully unleash the power of the quintessence. However, if he were to face pseudo-over-gods like Tyre and Log, Han Shua believed that Little Skull would be able to handle them with ease. Therefore, he arranged for Little Skull Han how to head to the mountain where most of Daka, Dagmar, and Asur's subordinates were killed. He had to gather his god hunters to figure out the current situation in the fringe as soon as possible, track down the whereabouts of Tyre and Log, and pay attention to the hegemons who had left. Little Skull Han was brimming with confidence. With the quintessence, he would be able to shine in the fringe and on Elysium. With Han Shua's arrangements, he quickly left the fringe and headed towards his destination through the torn earth. Han Shua expanded his consciousness and headed towards another region by relying on the faint connection he had with the 5 elite zombies. Han Shua, whose mental state had reached the level of a demon master, his consciousness was as vast and boundless as the ocean. His sea of consciousness could reflect all kinds of wonders like a bright mirror according to his will. That trace of weak connection with the 5 elite zombies was infinitely magnified. He very quickly determined the location of the 5 elite zombies. Suddenly, Han Shua realized that as his state of mind improved, his consciousness had become different from before. When he unfolded his consciousness, he could vaguely sense the soul undulations of every living being in the fringe. The stronger a person was, the stronger their life magnetic field would be, and the easier it would be for him to sense them. Gradually, many powerful yet scattered auras entered Han Shua's mind. Han Shua was very familiar with a few. Some were Tyre, some were Log, some were Salas, and some were Wasis. Han Shua's mind was suddenly enlightened. He grinned. He felt as though he was in control of heaven and earth. Before his new state of mind had completely stabilized, he had already experienced the wonders of it. He immediately realized that the realm of the Demon Master was indeed very powerful. Just the changes in his divine sense had already allowed him to see everything in his surroundings clearly, as if he was the Lord of all things. After thinking for a moment, Han Shua decided to start with Salas and Wasis, who were closest to him. With one thought, Han Shua vanished into thin air. Relying on his senses of Salas and Han Shua's auras, Han Shua streaked across the sky at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to follow. Soon enough, he stopped beside a lake. "Salas, Wasis, come out," Han Shua smiled and said to a broken stone wall behind the lake. Salas and Wasis, who were meditating in the crack of the stone wall, were worried about whether Han Shua could escape from Gandalf and the others. As soon as they heard Han Shua's voice, they were overjoyed and hastily crawled out from the crack of the stone wall. "Brian, are you all right?" Salas grinned, revealing his true feelings. Wasis wasn't a good talker. His cold eyes scanned Han Shua's body as though he was trying to see if Han Shua was injured or if he was forcing a smile. Han Shua felt a little strange when he saw Salas and Wasis again. When he first came to the fringe, Salas and Wasis were the most hostile to him. There were even some unpleasant incidents between him and Salas and Wasis. They even fought to the death, and one of them nearly died. But now, the ones who were the closest to Han Shua were Salas and Wasis. The reason for that was that although Salas and Wasis were bad-tempered and arrogant, they were sincere in their dealings with others. They weren't like Sora, Logue, and Tyre who pretended to be on good terms with you, but would stab you in the back. "Haha, I'm fine." Han Shua looked at the two, smilingly, and said, "But the crisis in the fringe has yet to be resolved. Those from the Godhunter Alliance have yet to leave the fringe. All right, I'll go look for my Han family and make arrangements for them. After that, we will head to the Omphalos together. I can sense that Tyre and Logue are in the vicinity of the Omphalos and their remaining forces. It seems that Tyre and Logue will make a move soon." "We'll do as you say." Salas laughed heartily and said, "After the previous battle, I, Salas, believe that my judgment is right. You are different from Tyre and Logue. Only someone like you can convince me." Unlike Salas, Wasis didn't say what was on his mind, but after hearing his words, Wasis nodded solemnly, seemingly agreeing with Salas's statement. Although the two of them didn't vow to follow Han Shua, their attitude was enough to show that they would definitely follow Han Shua's lead in the fringe. From now on, Han Shua would completely replace Logue and Tyre, becoming the one and only sovereign in the fringe, the Omphalos. The Omphalos was no longer as bustling as it used to be. Not only had the sovereigns evacuated their businesses in the Omphalos, but more than half of the shops in Tanai had also closed down. Those who remained in the Omphalos were those who had nowhere to hide and had nowhere else to run. Everyone knew that not only did the Godhunter Alliance outnumber the fringe dwellers, but they also had plenty of top-notch experts in the fringe. Even those peddlers who used to fear the sovereigns didn't think that the sovereigns would be able to stop the dragons from the other dominions. In the past, the Omphalos could guarantee everyone's safety. But now, the Omphalos didn't have the slightest bit of protection. From the information transmitted by Gale of the Fringe, it was clear that the Godhunter Alliance had gained the upper hand. Those who remained in the Omphalos grew even more anxious. If they weren't wanted fugitives by the 12 alliances and had nowhere else to go, they would have left the Omphalos at all costs. Most of the shops in Tanai had closed down. The only shop that still hung its signboard was the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. During this period of time, the remaining shop owners in the Omphalos had made the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy their main source of information. Even those who specialized in making poisons would stop by the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy from time to time to obtain information from the only shop in the Omphalos. At this moment, the one in charge of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was Akeley. He was the first person that Han Shua met when he arrived on Elysium. He had already reached early stage, high god realm in the cultivation of the Edict of Destruction. Akeley, who had a stubborn obsession in his heart, was advancing at an incredibly fast pace in the cultivation of the Edict of Destruction. With the divine essences that he and Han Shua had obtained, as well as the power of the Han family, Akeley was able to make breakthroughs in the Edict of Destruction. Originally, Han Shua didn't want Akeley to stay in the dangerous Omphalos. However, Akeley insisted on staying in Tanai's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, saying that the more dangerous a place was, the easier it would be for his mind to reach the state of destruction. "Tell those guys that I can guarantee their safety if all the poisoners join the Han family," Akeley said to an elderly man sitting in front of him. Akeley was lazily lying on a spacious and comfortable leather chair with his legs crossed. He was holding a bunch of sparkling and translucent grapes in his hand. He raised his head and swallowed the grapes as he spoke to an old man in front of him. "Lord Akeley, The people out there are on tenterhooks. Recently, strangers have been appearing in the vicinity of the Omphalos. It seems that the God Hunter Alliance is coming. Not only are they afraid, but so are we. Lord Akeley, shouldn't we lay low for the time being? Asked the elderly man in a bitter smile as he wiped the beads of sweat off his forehead. He was just a pharmacist recruited by Han Shua back in Ethereal City. Combat was not his forte. Given the current situation, anyone could tell that the Omphalos was no longer safe. Even Han Shua had told them that they could retreat if the situation worsened. Akeley was the only one who didn't seem to be aware of the situation in the Omphalos. He didn't seem to care about the threat posed by the God Hunter Alliance at all. What's there to be afraid of? Akeley spat out the last great pit and said nonchalantly, "Tell the poisoners outside that Brian of the Han family said that as long as they work for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, the Han family will guarantee their safety." What guarantee do we have? The elderly man shook his head. He felt that Akeley must have gone mad. Akeley coldly groaned and said, "The God Hunter Alliance has suffered heavy losses in the pandemonium. All the hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance have fled from Tanai. I believe that they won't be leaving for long. The era of Logue and Tyre is over. From now on, the entire fringe will belong to the Han family. This is something that no one can change." You must be talking nonsense." The elderly man was stunned. He didn't dare to believe Akeley's words. For the past few days, Akeley had been either eating or getting drunk. He had been spouting nonsense, like a lunatic. "Idiot, don't you know that the important members of the Han family have spatial mirrors?" Akeley disdainfully rolled his eyes at him. He got up from his chair and walked out on his own, muttering to himself, "I'd better take advantage of this opportunity to force those fellows into submission. Once there's no more danger, those fellows will be hard to talk to again."